Folks, hello. Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out. Well, that's someone who's homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. I'm coming more and more around to that myself. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately, nowadays, in a tent in a field. Although this one's not got that much longer left in it. You are watching a TrampCast Hangout. So I used to do a show called TrampCast, where I would detail the happenings over the last 7 days. A week in the life of a tramp, as it were. That's kind of fallen out of favour. So now we just do this where I sit here and I chat with you guys. In chat. Let me bring up chat. While I do that, I will remind you, you want to have chat open to take part in a live stream, and you want to switch away from the default, which is called top chat in the settings, and you want to switch to live chat, also labelled all messages are visible. Top chat will hide a certain proportion of messages. So feel free to join me in chat, come and say hello. If there's anybody new out there, I'm a Brit, an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstances, and it's been going on quite a while. We are, oh God, is it 3.5 years? Or is it 4? I lose track. August the 14th. Let me try to remember which year it was. It must have been 2022, must it? Yeah, and I've been in this field since the October, whatever that is, 3 months after the August. 2 months after. Losing track of my months. If anybody doesn't know the full story, TrampCast 001. TrampCast, then a space, and then the digits 001. There's full, I think it's 2.5 hours of explanation. I watched it back again for the first time in a while, a week or two ago. So yeah. Nobody said hello yet, no? Or is my chat frozen? I'm not seeing any messages, folks. Somebody say hello just to let me know that you're there. Where do we start? David, hello. That lets me know that there are people out there. I thought maybe chat wasn't working. I could see on the counter there were people, but the counter's jumping about all over the place, up and down like a yo-yo. I'll keep it polite. We'll try and keep it polite today. I put a couple of notifications out there, just trying to see whether I can attract some new viewers. The last time I checked, I was still on 16.99 for the number of subscribers. I think this is the 6th time that we've hit 16.99. Every time it does it, it drops back down over the next 3 days to 16.92, and then we begin the slow climb back. I know I'm not for everybody. I know the topic itself is a little bit niche, isn't it? The life of a tramp. But yeah, let me just say hello. A couple of people have come in. So David, I've already said hello to. Andy, good evening, sir. Hope you and Tina Pooch are well. I shall show you Tina in a little moment. And Smithy, and Michael Mashtag. Hello. Let me do that now. If I can do, yeah, I can do the Tina thing. We are. Oh, I was trying to put the flash on before I'd switched camera. That doesn't work. Here she is, folks. We are on a reduced bedding set now. We are definitely into that warmer part of the year. So I've got one quilt that will be under me, and I've got this blanket that we will get under at some point in the night. And if we do have a cooler night, I've got the old cover that can go back over, the old blanket that can go back over. But here's Tina. She's laying on her pads because she yeah, along with the back legs, she's losing control of other functions. So we have to take precautions. And I still think that her front paws are starting to go. But she's okay in and of herself, aren't you, babe? You're going to turn and say hello to the peoples? No, you're going to look away, aren't you? This way. This away. There you go. Give people a smile. Huh? Hello, Marie. Here's Tina. Hey, babe. Come on, look this way. Come on. No? You're just going to cuddle, and she likes to, if I put one leg up like that, she likes to kind of nuzzle under it. Nuzzle or snuzzle, whatever the right word is. She likes to get under it. Don't you, babe? Hey? I am red hot, folks. It's quite a warm evening, and I've just been running around with the logistics of getting ready for the TrampCast. I had a little bit of a nap, but not a very good one, and then I was kind of slow to get going, and so I set it for 10:30 instead of 10, and even then I've been running around at the end of the period. Oh, what was that? I saw a message. Marie said hi, Tina. Hey, Tina. Marie said hello, and Andy said no, and then he said one love doggy. He said no, Tina's one love doggy. She is, and I'm going to miss her when she's gone, but I'm starting to struggle myself with the carrying her around, and when the left paw goes and she swings around and she ends up kind of under me and I trip, or I'm knackering my back. So for anyone who doesn't know, my doggy's back legs don't work. We do have a chariot, a doggy wheelchair, but I have to walk her anywhere before putting her in that, and we only use that if we go anywhere, and typically nowadays we don't, especially now that her front paws are starting to go, front legs are starting to go as well. So I put a belt under her waist and wrap it around my arm and carry her back end while she walks. But then if her leg front paw goes, you've got the whole balance thing, and I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not young. She's, what did you say, 35 kilos. I'm carrying the back half of it, which is probably the heavier half. And then when it's unstable and yeah, I'm finding when we take her for her walkies, you know, for her ablutions, which is pretty much the only walkies that we do now, just either to the top of the road or a little way down this little track here. I'm finding that we're going shorter and shorter distances. We get halfway and she's turning around and wanting to come back herself. I mean, she's in charge. Maybe one day she'll feel more like it and we'll get to the cliff tops again. Don't like to say it, but possibly for one last time. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let's change topic away from that, because although, hold on, have I missed something? Oh, I missed that. See, that wasn't there before. Hold on. I said hello to Mashtag as he arrived. All right, what's been happening? Hold on. And then Marie, I'll just do Marie's because she said just popping in to say hello and good night before it fills up with testosterone here long. No, we're not going off on some of those other topics. I'm going to keep it clean and what have you tonight. Probably won't be the longest one either. Although, you know, I'm not always in charge of where the conversation goes. But, yeah, we're not going to branch off into some of those other topics. How do you go with the bad weather? Yeah, that was a bit of a struggle. So, for anyone who doesn't know, we've just had 3 days of rain. And I was tracking it from the beginning of the week. Obviously, I'm looking at the weather forecast for the week ahead. And I see that Thursday, Friday, Saturday are going to be bad. And it starts off saying that Saturday is going to be the worst. Something like 16 millimeters it was predicting. And that I think Thursday was going to be the second worst. And Friday was just going to be a little bit. I'm tracking it partly for the rain and partly for for solar. If it's going to rain all day one day, I need to know the day before to make sure that I have the eco flows topped up. So I've tracked it all week, and all week they were reducing the predictions, and they got almost down to nothing. So by Wednesday or so, it's like 1.5 millimeters this day and nothing the next, and 2 millimeters on the Saturday, or 3, whatever it might have been. And we get to Thursday, it fucking rains every minute of the day, almost. I managed to get out. Was that Thursday? I think it was. Oh, I don't know. There was one of the days I got her out at 7 in the morning. We need to go out every 4 hours roughly. Sometimes we can stretch it to 5, very occasionally to 6. But as I've said, we're using the puppy pads because it's not always. And sometimes the act of me lifting her up and out is what triggers her to set off. So one of the days we got out at 7 in the morning, then at 11, and then I think it was 3:30 when we got a good break in the weather. But it had been torrential before that. So yeah, it's been hard. And it turned out Saturday was the worst, and there must have been 20 millimeters at least. There were whole hours where it was torrential, and other ones where it was strong. And there was very little time where it was just a slow and steady rain. Almost no breaks in it at all. I thought we were going to struggle to get her out at all for the necessaries. So yeah, it's a struggle just on getting Tina in and out with the weather, but also the new tarps that we put up. I'm not sure if it's about 2 months ago, maybe 3. They're going already. It's not just the rain; it's the winds. This year. So as I've said, for anyone who is new here, I've been in this field 3 years. Last October, is that right? Is it 3.5 already? Oh, I got to sit down and work out my numbers. Trying to calculate times over different years is tricky. But 3 years would have been August, wouldn't it? Oh, well, in this field would have been October, 3 years. So yeah, we're coming up for 3.5 years in this field, I think. But so I've come through a few winters. We started with a winter. This one's been the worst. Now we've had some lovely days, and I was saying to someone the other day, it kind of hasn't rained very many days, but when it has, it really has. But on top of that, I've never known a year. I've been in Torrevieja 10 years now. I've never known a year where we had so many days where the winds were so strong. We had some incidents in the past, usually just after I put up a new tent or build a new shelter or put a new tarp over the top of an old tent. You can guarantee we'll have kind of gale force winds within 2 days of me putting up a new tent. But this year we've had winds of 70 gusts, 70 kilometers an hour plus, on top of 50 kilometer an hour winds, average wind speeds. It's really taken a toll. So these tarps that have only been on for 2 months are going already. Lots of pinprick holes and a couple of rips. And given the fact that the tent is now porous in and of itself, having been up for more than a year, I think we're probably coming up for maybe 15 months. Maybe not quite, but we'll be headed that way, a year and a quarter maybe. Headed that way, 15 months, yeah. But so the tent itself is kind of perished, so I was relying on these, technically they're ground sheets, I was relying on these to get me through summer. And I was going to put the new tent, which I have in my possession already, I was going to put that up at the end of summer before we got into the autumn storms. So yeah, this week's been difficult on that ground. And I've been struggling in other ways. I'm not in the right headspace myself, generally. Things I should have done or should be doing, and I'm not getting on with. I haven't felt great health-wise. I've had a lot of acid and just haven't felt like doing anything. Hence, not doing like the Friday night. I didn't do Friday night's live stream. Apologies for that, folks. I was in two minds. I thought I was going to do it. And then about half an hour beforehand, I just thought, I'd rather just watch something tonight than broadcast. So yeah, I mean, in terms of other activities, other events of the week, not really anything to say. I think my only visitor, I think Colleen dropped off a newspaper for me, but she did it silently. I think while I was out messing with solar panels. Tina barked, and when I came back in, there was a newspaper on the floor, which I think is this week's. And somebody's put some biscuits, doggy biscuits, on the floor while I was out today. I think while I was out walking Tina, we came back and there was a sprinkling of doggy biscuits on the floor. I'm not sure if that would have been Colin or there's another lady who would do that sometimes. Those are my only two visitors this week, and I didn't see either of them. So no visitors, haven't done anything, haven't achieved anything, haven't been anywhere. Oh, you've just reminded me of something, or I've just reminded myself of something. I just have to turn a thing off, or turn it on, whichever way you want to look at it. Where is it? How do I get the second level? There we go. Do not disturb. I don't want any plinks and binks and bops. So yeah, the weather, I guess, is the main story of the week. The build-up, the watching, noticing on the, like last Sunday or maybe on Monday, that there was going to be rain, watching the predictions fall, and then when we get to the day itself, bang, wind and rain. And we have taken more damage. The far end of the tent is wet, on the floor is wet through. I still think it comes in, mainly it's coming in underneath. As the field gets waterlogged and the water runs over itself, it goes under the tent, and where there are some holes, it comes in. Mainly that end. The bedroom floor has been a little bit wet, but because I'm on a bed frame, no legs on it, but I'm on a bed frame, so we made sure that this time I was, 3 or 4 inches off the ground, and then the 2 mattresses. Whereas in previous tents, the mattresses have been on the floor. That might only have been the last one. Before that, I built a bed inside the tent, didn't I? The police took the planks away, didn't they? That's right. That's right. All these trees, but my 4 planks that I used to make my bed, those were a fire risk, along with water and everything else. I'm not going off on that one. I'll be all bitter and twisted if I go off on that one. Tonight's double-fisted drinking. It's not a Fanta lemon, but it is that kind of thing. It's called lemon fresh gas. I've had it in the fridge all day, in the freezer all day. If there is anybody out there who's been attracted by me putting out the tramp posts, they're going to be wondering what I'm going on about. solar power, EcoFlow, fridge freezer in a tent. Long story, folks, built up gradually over time. I take the donations, if you notice at the top, I think they put at the bottom of chat now. Don't know when that happened, sometime this last week, I think. But there is a link to PayPal at the pinned in chat. I don't know if it's at the top or the bottom. Probably the bottom nowadays. I take your donations and I use them wisely. And I save up and I find things to make my life slightly better. Whether it's simple things like cables, which keep breaking and running out on me, or whether it's for anyone who doesn't know, I will do a quick, I always do, well I don't always, but I like to do a quick introduction to my EcoFlow. Let me put the flash on. Here's my EcoFlow, folks. So at the back, input from solar panel. Oh, look at this. I was trying to move my arm based on the camera, which on the phone's display. So here we've got a 12-volt socket, so-called cigarette lighter adapter, or car power output. Over here we've got standard USB, USB-A. This is USB-C, which can take power in or out. And over here is the star of the show. This is a proper wall socket, obviously Spanish style or European style, but it's a 220 volts, and it can do 50 hertz or 60 hertz depending on settings. And this is how I run things and operate things in here. How I keep phones charged, phones, lights, slow cookers, electric blankets maybe, although I didn't use that at all this winter. I did not need it, fortunately. What else? Slow cooker. Oh, the fridge freezer, obviously. I do have a fan which I haven't started using yet, but based on today's temperatures I'm probably going to start using that any day now. Stand-up fan, but it's broken from its base. In fact, the base itself, the two cross pieces are separated. I'm going to have to try and I just want to say gaffer tape, shows my age maybe, duct tape those together and slot the upright on. But if not, I can always just lean it against my Queen Anne chair, my big old lady chair that's out there that I literally never get to sit on anymore. It's become storage space for junk. Are you farting? I hope it's a fart. It is. It was just a fart. What else? What else can I brag about electrical wise? I don't think there's much more. Slow cooker. We just tried recently. We tried an air fryer, but that was too much power, too much of a power draw for the EcoFlows that I now have, and my 2, maybe 3 solar panels, depending on how you count them. Here's a story, folks. I had a single solar panel, a solid, the one with the big aluminium frame and all the glass, and I think we paid 85 euros for that 2 and a bit years ago. And then earlier this year it got blown over in the wind, landed on some stones and smashed all the glass. Still half works, but I decided to purchase 2 of those flexible, not the foldable ones. It's a full size 100 watts, but there's 2 of them, so I've doubled my solar input, and the pair was 85 euros. So I got double dibs compared to 2 years ago. I got twice the input from my solar. And a friend had acquired an EcoFlow that he decided didn't fit in with his lifestyle, so I took that off him, and Here I am now, sitting pretty. The most well-equipped tramp in the world, I would suggest. 2 eco flows, two, possibly 3 solar panels if you count the old ones. I still have the old one; it's not doing anything at the minute. A fridge freezer, a slow cook. It's a car fridge freezer, a camping fridge freezer. It's not a. I did consider buying an actual fridge with the ice box at the top. I just thought that was a little bit too bougie for a tramp. That was a step too far, perhaps. Let me check chat. I've left it a while before. So there was Marie. I think the last one I mentioned was Marie just popping in. Okay, before the testosterone. Oh yeah, David. How did you go with the bad weather? Smithy said Tina baby. Have I said hello already, Smithy? I don't think I have. Marie said hi, Tina. No, one lovely doggy. One loved doggy. Andy said lol to Marie. And then showed a love heart. Cider vinegar or tablets for reflux works a treat. Yeah, reflux is where it actually comes up, isn't it? I don't think I've got that. It is just a kind of heartburn. Did you say vinegar? Isn't that going to make it more acid? That I would have thought chalk or something. To anybody who suffers with heartburn a lot, I would suggest a test with your doctor, especially if you're of an age. I would suggest a test with your doctor for Helicobacter pylori, or just H. pylori. If you go to your doctor and said the helicopter bacteria, he'll know what you mean. So this is something that a lot of people had in harsher times, shall we say, when we were all poor, in post-war. A lot of people had this, and it kind of gets passed around. I think it gets passed around within families and things. And it was the cause of ulcers and things, stomach problems and ulcers, but it's linked with all sorts of other stuff. It's a test well worth having if you've never been tested for it, and if you've got any kind of, if you're finding that as you're getting older, you're getting more and more kind of heartburn. If you've always had it, it's probably not that. But if it's something that's developing over time, I mean, it probably is something that develops with age anyway. But a test for Helicobacter pylori would be warranted, or at least ask your doctor about it. This is not medical advice. I am not a medical practitioner. I am not qualified in any way, shape, or form. Except I have seen every episode of House at least 3 times. So yeah. Oh, hold on. It started to jump just as I was about to read Andy's comment. Yeah, okay. Michael Mashtag said, cider vinegar, really? I'll have to try that. I suffer with heartburn a lot. Yeah, I think, did I read it already? So Andy said, yeah, reflux most often is a reaction to the stomach struggling to digest, so releases bile. The apple cider vinegar supports the gut biome and helps digest heavy meals. It's a crime, really, that antacids get used instead. So are you suggesting the apple cider vinegar for when you've got the indigestion, or are you saying to take it on just a daily basis, a spoonful in the morning or something, as a preventative? Always dilute the real thing, it's too strong otherwise. I've tried fluoxetine and the usual Rennies. Rennies, those are the chalky things, aren't they? They're a bit like Tums, I think. Yeah. Yeah, not an expert, folks, not a medical practitioner. There have been people here in the chat who are. Well, yeah. Not doctors, but not far off. Okay, folks, we're coming up on half an hour in. I'm going to do my intro again because we get a lot of people popping in and out in the first hour. Excuse me, I'm forgetting how to drink. We get a lot of people popping in and out in the first hour. I'll find, when I look at my stats afterwards, that there've been hundreds of people in here. And I think they pop in and wonder what's going on and maybe don't know and leave after a few minutes. So I'll just redo my intro. You are watching the okay, let's start again. I fluffed it. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your host, along with my co-star, Tina Doggy Darling, who I will show again in a moment. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, a bum, some might say. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. And nowadays, and it's been a little while, hasn't it? I think I'm on my third tent. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Third tent and a shelter I built before that. Prior to that, I was just in a bedroll on the floor outside. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am an Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain. If anybody wants the details of those circumstances, TrampCast 001 space in between TrampCast space 001. 2.5 hours of details. Who is this guy? How did he end up in Spain? How did he end up homeless? Plus various other details. So that's the channel. The program you're watching is TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed in depth my week, and that program kind of fell out of favour with me, not with you guys. A lot of people still want me to do it, but kind of fell out of favour with me, and we kind of switched to doing these hangouts instead. They ran in parallel for a while. This is just me and you guys chatting, and chat is jumping around like a jumpy thing. I don't know, like a Mexican jumping bean. Hold on. If your gut, I think that's meant to say, yeah. If your gut has got weak, you can just take it before meals, maybe, or before mead. I'm not sure. Jumping about. Where am I? Just take it before. I'm going to say before meals. But once you get into using it and supporting the gut, fibre, probiotics, etc., eventually the gut can digest properly without it. Gut, yeah, okay. Yeah. I rarely get heartburn now and only take apple cider vinegar tablets. I've never heard of them. If I've had a real blowout, okay, if you've had a big meal, okay. Okay, I think I managed to translate that. Yeah, I got both of those. I managed to translate both of those. I'm pretty good at working out intended. Now, I did say before it was double-fisted drinking. So I'm on the lemon Get Fresh or whatever it was called. What was it? It wasn't Get Fresh, was it? Fresh Gas. Fuck. I'm not going to remember that. Anyway, I'm on the lemon pop. I've had this months, folks, and it's been sat outside in a carrier bag, in a shopping bag. And it's had the sun on the bag and everything. Trying to keep it in the shade, but it gets a little bit of sun in the morning. And I've had it so long it's lost its fizz, or lost most of its fizz. But I haven't got the full tripod. You know, normally, so I normally stand the lamp on three cans. I haven't got 3 cans to put there and 1 to drink. Phone browser in desktop mode. Oh, that's a struggle. But I'm on my last 3 beers. Possibly forever. We won't get into that because that's e-begging and I'm not doing that. I've been asked twice in recent weeks, what do you need? And both times I've done my usual thing and basically said nothing or nothing much. Scotty, hello, my friend. Hope all is well. Vino Blanco has started giving me heartburn, so making do with the red. I've always preferred a nice, a deep, dark, kind of dry red. Although one time, I think I've said this before, I once found two Mercadona bags, two big, like Sainsbury's bag for life kind of bags. If you've not been to Spain, if you don't know Mercadona bags, Mercadona are probably better than Sainsbury's, I think. But anyway, two bags full of bottles of wine, a couple of bottles of spirits, and some liqueurs. And as soon as I saw them, I was on my way somewhere else. And as soon as I saw them, I picked those up, and me and Tina came back, dropped those off, and then I had to go and do whatever I had to do. But one of the reason I mention it is one of the bottles of red wine in there was a semi-sweet but very, very fruity red and syrupy, almost like medicine. It was gorgeous. I drank it far too fast because it was just, as soon as you'd swallowed it and the flavour had gone from your mouth kind of, well, my mouth craved it again. Yeah, no, that was, so normally I go for a deep dark red, but yeah, I once had this kind of sweet and syrupy, fruity, and it was probably the nice in terms of taste, probably the nicest wine I ever. But because I had so many bottles of so many things, I didn't I tried to make a mental note of what it was called, for later use. But no, for the life of me, I have no idea what that was called, which is a shame. So yeah, I'm assuming then, Scotty, that you haven't just arrived. Were you lurking in the background? Andy says get some apple cider vinegar tablets, available fairly cheap from alternative health sellers online. And probably Boots as well. Boots the apothecary, as I now know it. What's that stuff with the memory of water, where you put a drop of something in and then you weaken it 10 million billion trillion times, so there's no active ingredient? No. It's an alternative therapy. It's total crap, and Boots is full of it. That's why Boots the apothecary. They've got all the pseudosciences in there nowadays. Memory of water, kind of. That's probably going to come up as a name of a film or something. Memory of water, play. No. Alternative medicine. Alternative medicine. Tell me what I'm thinking of. Give me a word. Give me a name. Homeopathy. Homeopathy. Yeah, I was too slow to get there. I got hydro in my head because of water, and I couldn't get past it. Lurking sounds wrong, doesn't it? You get locked up for that. I guess. Okay. I think Gary just arrived. Hello, fellow Deltas. Mike and Tina, hope you're well. Damn, winter is hitting hard here early this year in South Africa. South Africa. My doggy Jazz has achieved the Cone of Shame award. Oh no, why? An operation? Yeah, they don't like the cone, do they? Tina's only had it the once when she had the operation. Poor thing. It was so soon after I got her. This is almost embarrassing. So we dropped her off. A friend took me, and we dropped Tina off at the vet, and the friend came and got me, and we went back. And as we walked into the vet, this dog came kind of stumbling past me with the cone on, so I could only see the head, but really woozy. I didn't recognise her. It was my little Tina. I think the wooziness, the fact I wasn't expecting her to be walking around inside the kind of the shop of the vets. Yeah, that was weird. We were told to go back. It was either a week or a fortnight later. And when we went back, they had no knowledge of having done the job. I was like, okay, can I have my money back then? Yeah, no, that was a little bit weird. Okay, the cone of shame. So yeah, you're just entering, we're just about to start summer, you're just about to start winter. Yeah. Our winter's been terrible. I think it's been a really bad winter up here. I really do. Like I said, I was saying earlier, we had a bad week this week with the weather, and we haven't had many days of rain this winter. I can tell you for a fact, 4 years ago, April, it rained all day, every day. Because me and Ismo were staying in an apartment together. I'd just become homeless, and my friends were just trying to, you know, we were gonna split the apartment cost if I got access to my money with my bank, but that never happened. So I still owe Ismo for that. So we haven't had many days of rain, but when we have, by God, have they been heavy. This track is washing away. The cars, as they come down, as you come down from the main road, the right-hand side has now got a literal gully where the water runs, where there's a stream runs through, and it's washing it further and further away, taking more and more of the, like I said, it's kind of solid rock, but it's all getting broken up and washed away. And the cars are having to come further and further left. And they're driving in the verge and in the hedge until there's a tree, and then they have to kind of find a way to go swing back out carefully without going too far. And every week somebody's hitting the oil pan or oil sump, whatever it is on the bottom of a car. Every week there's a crunch with somebody, and there's been at least 2 that I know of where it's broken a streak of oil down the road, cars off the road, and they're having to get it taken away on the back of a trailer and repaired. Yeah. So yeah, this winter's been a bad one. I hope yours isn't as bad. I hope yours isn't as bad as ours has been. So your dog, was it Jazz? Hold on, I'm just going back. Yeah, Jazz. He got in a fight with 4 Alsatians. That's not good. It jumped. Why does it do this? Okay, here we go. He got in a fight with 4 Alsatians, being somewhere he shouldn't be. Oh, okay. I'm hoping he's learnt his lesson. He's a pit bull, but he held his ground, walked away with some really bad bites. Ouch. He keeps licking the one, and it's made a crater in his leg. Oh, if we get infected and stuff, so he had to get the cone for the next 5 days. He's been to the vet as well. Yeah, okay. So they haven't had to like operate on the one that's going bad. It's just keep him off it, and it'll get better. All right. Well, that's something. It's yeah. I've told the tale of how my legs got infected last year. The first time I took Tina out in her doggy chariot, we went on a long walk, you know, for a first walk in the chariot. And I was in new shoes as well. And we went up and over the hill to Tweeties. And it's probably 1.5 kilometers, maybe a bit more. And it's all, well, the first half is all uphill. And you crest the hill, go down, then you got to do the reverse. And by the time I got there, I could feel the hot spots on my toes, all of my toes. And by the time we got back, I'd had blisters where the top's been taken off, and another blister made inside, and the top taken off, and another blister. I had that. It's Santorini, isn't it, in the Mediterranean? That's concentric circles from calderas, volcano craters. I had that on a few of my tours. Some of them were less bad, with just one blister or two, and I was wearing sandals. And when I walk around this field, there's these prickly, spiky bushes, a lot like brambles. In fact, the berries look like brambles, but they're not. Anyway, I get lots of scratches and scrapes when I'm wearing shorts and sandals or flip flops or whatever. I get a lot of scrapes and cuts, and well, the blisters attracted all the flies, and I'd look down and I'd knock away 20 or so flies from around my feet, and when I look again, they're there again, and these all got infected, and so did all of the little cuts and scrapes and whatever on my legs. I ended up with about 10 infected scrapes and bumps and blisters on each foot or each leg, and they all got infected, and I was squeezing them and they were popping every morning. Well, the pus comes out, and it was projectile pus. I think I've said this before. Some of them you squeeze and it hit the bin bag over there like 18 inches away. I'm like, oh, my body will take care of it. My immune system, it'll all it'll all come right. But it just got worse and worse. So friends got concerned and bought me various antiseptic and antibiotic powders to put on it, alcohol gels and rubs and things, and we got on top of it in the end and sorted it. But yeah, no cuts and bites in this case. You got to be careful with them; they can get infected. So tell the little fella off. Tell him he's naughty. Leave it alone. But if it does start to look bad, medical treatment. Okay. What's Tina doing? I said when I redid the intro before, I said I'd show Tina again. She's over here at the minute licking something. I'm not sure if she's licking her leg and cleaning herself, or if she's doing something naughty. I'll turn the flash back on. We're at the back of... Hey, babe. Come on. Come on. Hey, the peoples want to talk to Tina. I think she's cleaning her leg, wasn't she? From the looks of her. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Come on. I know you don't like the light, but it's not that bad, is it? Or is it? Babe, I can't reach. You're moving around too much. You're a little wriggle monster. You're my little wriggle monster. You're my little wriggle monster. Yeah. Okay. Shall I leave you alone? I'll turn the light off and let you go back to whatever you were doing. Okay, folks, that's the girl. That's my co-star. My co-presenter on this here... what is it? Is it a podcast? Is it a show? Is it a vlog? It's not really a vlog, but got one of these tiny little flies. I was sorting through. Turns out under my bin bag I'd got another bin bag that I'd left there too long. Must have had something in it that went. This just recently I've been plagued with the flies. I've had a few instances where, like, an orange or something at the bottom of a shopping bag, that something I've forgotten about goes off, and there'll be a cloud of flies, and I don't know what they're after. I can see them all coming in the door and flying around in the sunshine, you know, and I don't see where they're going or what they're doing, and then I'll maybe trip over one of these bags of shopping that are out there, bags that people have brought me, and what tends to happen is I'll go through them and take the fresh stuff or the stuff that needs using. I'll take that first, and then tins of salmon or whatever, not so much salmon, mainly tuna, but tins will sit there for a while, not really get sorted out, because my veg rack, which has become a condiments and jams and tins rack rather than vegetables, but it's kind of full. It's full to yeah, it's full to the brim. So these bags tend to stay there, but then there'll be like one orange in the bottom that I've forgotten about, or I'm not actually that keen on orange. I don't know what to do with them. They're too sticky to eat. Let me scroll. Web chat stream sounds cool. How did we get that? Is that an app? Chat stream. Don't know it. What was I saying? Oranges, yeah. I if I'm going to eat oranges, I need a knife and to sit there and cut it into quarters, and then I can get a finger under the point of one of the quarters and remove 3 or 4 segments at once, and then just eat the whole segment. Put the whole thing in your mouth. Official Drew Cooks is a channel for that particular comment. I watch a lot of cookery channels, which when you see how bad my cooking is, you can see why. Where am I? I'm twittering. Oranges, yeah. The Spanish seem to have an obsession with them. Tangerines, and any of the little ones, satsumas, tangerines, whatever. Particularly the ones that have got the looser skin, where you can just kind of push your finger in and take the whole skin off, and yeah. Big full-size oranges. I've said when I was in the prison cells, every meal was a fucking orange. Breakfast, there'll be this and that and that, and there'll be an orange. Lunch, this and that, and an orange. Evening meal, dinner, whatever you want to call it. It'll be just a 6-inch baguette and an orange, and a bottle of water and some juice or something. But orange, and I'm like, no, Naranka, no, Naranka, no. Not for me. Terms for your live streams, DM. I've never set any terms. I don't know about any terms. No entiendo. Don't understand. You're probably too technical for me. I'll try to do all this on a phone, but how about it jump back? Hold on. I was just... Until or unless Tina stops eating, she'll be okay. Going off her food is her way of saying she's had enough. It'll be heartbreaking, but you have to be strong. Oscar Super Enriched, hello. Yeah. On the flip side, if her front legs go as well, how do we do anything? That's my worry. Even just the ablutions, like here now on the bed, she's lovely. She has difficulty now even just moving around the bed, so she'll whimper if she needs something or wants, and I have to wonder, I have to try and work out, try and intuit whether she needs me to drag her around the bed a little bit and reposition her, move her around. Does she want water? Does she want to go for walkies? Does she need a pee or a poo? See, sometimes she can tell when she needs it. She feels it coming on and she'll whimper and she'll let me know. Other times it just happens and she's just surprised. She's more surprised than I am, kind of thing. So but for me, the fact that I've put this belt under a belly, well, not a belly, but under a waist, and I'm carrying her back end around. Then we have to get off the bed, out the doors, before she starts peeing. And that's 50-50, whether she starts inside the doors. And then we have to go and walk a bit. You know, usually these things are triggered by activity on a dog. When we used to go on long walks, there was always 3 poos quite early on in the walk, and it's that activity, that movement. But she's not getting that. And our walks are getting shorter and shorter on her terms. She's the one that lets me know. She turns around and indicates she wants to go back. So if her front legs go, I don't know what I can do. I guess, I mean, when we got the doggy chariot, the doggy wheelchair, it does have an extra set of wheels, but they're little. So it is intended for dogs that need full body support. It didn't come with all the straps and everything though, because it's second hand or more. It's probably been donated and donated and donated, but it didn't come with all of the straps and things that it would ordinarily need. But I can tell you now that those little wheels on there would be no good for the rough terrain that we live on. We wouldn't be able to get off this track. I'd have to get her to the top of the road onto tarmac and then put her in it. And that's a whole logistics exercise. And getting her there, I don't know. But yeah, she's still, there's no signs of pain from her. She's sound in and of herself. She's still a character. When friends come to the field, she wants to get out and go see them, but she can't. She used to be able to just drag herself with her front legs. This is how you can see the decline. Even though the back legs weren't there, she literally broke the bottom of the door here, dragging herself out and over it and around, and I couldn't keep up with her. I'm struggling to put my shoes on and get out the door, and she's already around whoever's come to visit. Now she can't get off the bed. She can't get out the door. She can't move around on the bed. When I've walked her and I bring her back, I put her on the floor inside the doorway. Well, how much do I want to say? I'll be frank, I'll be candid. I put her on the floor inside the doorway because in the next 5 minutes there's a 50-50 chance that she's gonna crap. And I'd rather she did it on the plastic just inside the door where I can clean it up easily. I'd rather do that than on the bed or whatever. So she sits there. But if she wants the water, and the water bowl's like half a metre away, it's like literally 18 inches away, she can't get to it. She has to whimper to let me know that she wants the water. Hello, Karen. Karen enters the chat. She does look okay. Yeah, Tina's, you know, like I said, there's no sign of pain. She other than, well, I was going to say, other than the back leg's not working and now we're losing control of her functions. Yeah, she seems fine in and of herself. She's not lost weight. Well, there's variation, but I think sometimes that's what I feed her. Oh, Karen says hello, everyone. Was it the quiz and did you win? And how much bacon did you get? Oh, that is sharp, that lemon. Oh, Tina, Auntie Karen, on the phone. Let's see, this one works. Hold on. Let me see whether I can get her to look at the camera now. Hold on, babe. Tina girl. Say hello to Auntie Karen. No, look, now the light's on, she won't look. Tina, it's Auntie Karen. Here, on the phone. Here, Auntie Karen. Yeah, that's the best look you've given. I know, babe. Now you're looking for her. Not now. Not now. She's not here. No, no, no. Not in real life. It's okay, babe. Auntie Karen says, hello, Tina. She says, hello, Tina. She gives a kiss. Mwah! Auntie Karen says, oh, look at that now. I see, I can't show you because she'd turn away if I put the light on, but she turned around and she rested her head on my leg. She's looking for her Auntie Karen. Hey? One day soon. One day soon, babe. Let me bring chat back up. It's gone away. Okay. Hold on. No bacon, barbecue. Hold on. You got barbecue steak kebabs and barbecue pork. You get something every week. Was this for winning the quiz or was this the raffle? Oh, or was it one of those scratch card things? One of those pick a team, you win this week kind of thing. Oh. I don't like the way that the chat fades away. I've never liked that. I don't like the way it fades away, and I don't like the way it jumps around and bounces around. It's annoying. Okay, folks, we have 25 people in the house and only 11 thumbs ups. If you could, I'd appreciate it. I always like to try and hit 20. You won the raffle and won 20 euros. Was the raffle 20 euros, or was the raffle was the meat? Or was that the prize? The meat and 20? I'm not sure. What's going on? Karen's doing too well. Every week, folks. It's every Sunday she comes in and she's got some meat or something. Gone viral, yeah. Yeah. We normally hover around the 10 mark, don't we? We can hit 15 at some point during a stream, but it stabilizes at around 10. I bore people in the end, obviously. I think it's the doggy. Having Tina on screen keeps people. Hey, babe. Yeah. So, yeah. 20 euros was a prize. Okay. Okay. Hey, babe. So, folks, what are we going to talk about now? I've discussed the weather this week. What else? Oh, I at some point, I've had... So there's two things. I've said about having some flies in the tent and an orange or something had gone off in a bag. And today I found that under my bin bag, I'd got another bin bag that had been there too long. And I've also had two. I was lost there because I was gonna do. I've had two spiders as big as my fucking hand. And one of them, I brushed it away. You know, I like panicky, like instinctive reactions. And when I did it, I thought I should have killed it. And there's another time it was here, by my head, and I'm like, oh, fuck off! And it landed down there, and I went to smack it, but I'm smacking it on a bed, on a soft surface. That doesn't get them. So you have to kind of crush the body. And so in the end, I got it, crushed the body, caught it, and threw it, and yeah. But it was huge. And the other one, I'm lying down. I think it was early evening, just as it was going dark, so probably about 9 o'clock. And I think I'd just put the light on, and I'm listening to one of these sci-fi things on YouTube, these sci-fi stories. I'm kind of overdosing on them at the minute. But anyway, I'm lying there, and I get a sense of a shadow. And what the fuck? And I look, and it's about to step onto me, off the cover and onto me. It's that big. Tiny body, but big, huge fucking legs. Hold on. Spiders have too many eyes for me, said Karen. Okay, we've got some large bin bags for you. Oh, cheers. I didn't tell you that the other day just for you to get them. I don't think that was my intention. I was just saying that I'd had some large ones. I'm sure I've got some more rolls of... I had more rolls of bin bags than I knew what to do with. I've probably stored them somewhere safe. You know how I am. I had a drawer, so I've got these little plastic drawers. I had a drawer full of these separate rolls, like 4 different rolls of different sized bags. And now I'm down to the last roll, and I went to use them today. And as soon as I put some rubbish in, and I went to put one thing in, and it kind of got stuck halfway down, so I went to just push. The fucking bottom fell out of the bag, and everything just came out. Those are not going to be any use for anything. Those look like something that you might put your sandwiches in or something. I don't know. But I've got more. I'm sure I've got more somewhere. I've just stored them somewhere safe for a rainy day. I don't know. I was mid-rant somewhere about something. Oh, I was talking about the insects and shit. Now, the other thing that I've had inside the tent here, snails and slugs climbing up the bloody walls. But they get halfway up sometimes and they fall. And I've picked a little baby slug, a baby slug off the bed the other day. It was on top, and what the fuck is that? I thought it was going to be like a piece of fluff or a piece of foam or something from a split quilt or a split pillowcase or something, a split pillow. But no, I picked it up and it was a fucking little slimy fucking thing. And last night I was lying here and something fell on me. I'm like, same thing. It fell and I thought, what the fuck? I thought it was like going to be a raindrop or you know, I don't know, something and nothing. Slimy. And so yeah, that whole shit getting into the tent because the tent's got that many holes and things in it. That's one thing. But I also had some scurrying around in the fucking bushes over here. And it's not going to be mice, is it? You don't hear those little buggers. So I'm thinking Ratus is returning. Now, I'm not going to put traps outside because I don't know what I'm catching. I don't want to like, if it's a hedgehog or a bird or something. There is birds that like to scurry around in the, just after dark or just before and after dark. There's these birds that scurry around on the ground under the bushes. So I'm not going to put traps outside, and especially my mouse traps are little, so if it was a rat I'm not even sure it would do any good anyway. Let me guess the 6 uses of refuse bags. It says Sign of Nature. Hello, Sign of Nature. Is that the first comment I've seen from you? Oh no, that was you that said Mike gone viral. Sorry. Oh, and cool. Okay, I'm looking back now. Sign of Nature's been there a while. Sorry, mate. I think I've read some of your comments out and not realised who it was. 20 euros. Yeah, spiders have too many eyes. Yeah, for me too. They're just it's like an instinctive thing. Little ones, not so much. But when they're like that big, and it was all just thin, spindly legs, but it's the way that they sit in the centre of that kind of. And I'm deliberately trying to raise my fingers to. They sit in the middle of that shape. They look like something off Babylon 5, if you've ever watched it. The shadows. Sci-fi again. They're good for the ecosystem. They keep the mosquitoes and moogies away. Midges, maybe. I don't know. Might be a local term. They probably are. Like if they build their web out there somewhere, but not on my bed and about to cross over onto me. Just no, it's not happening. Prices and stuff going skywards. Your camp is fast becoming paradise. Oh, I've missed. Sorry, mate. I will come back to you. You're not wrong. I have a sense that prices are going up and up, even though I haven't been shopping in a while. I keep intending to, but then I find myself can't say that. I'm not letting myself say that. I know what you lot are like. Your camp is fast becoming paradise. It is. I mean, over the months we've had various other people in here. Disappointed in the last bloke that was in the field. He was only here for a week and a half. A guy called John. He got his way back to Sweden, and I gave him my contact details, and he hasn't bothered to get in touch. I have a fear of spiders crawling in your mouth while you sleep. It is, to a large extent, an urban myth. This whole thing that you eat 8 spiders a year or whatever it is, it's pretty much bullshit. They're not daft. They're not going to crawl into that warm, moist thing full of teeth. It's an overhyped urban legend. Pretty much. It's not impossible, but pretty much. I just want to go back because I think it was Scotty said, he said, I know you don't want to be political, but okay. There was Andy. Andy answered a question I asked when I was lost about what you should call this thing. What should you call your shows or streams? Okay, mate. Yeah, sorry, I got lost. I thought you were offering me some kind of technical info about like a setting I could change or something I could do. Okay, I'll go back. I'll watch this back. Maybe not tomorrow. I haven't watched last week's back yet. Scotty did ask quite a while ago. I know you don't like talking politics, but I can sense Starmer might be ready to jump. Oh, we won't linger on politics too long, but if he doesn't jump, he'll be pushed. Labour are in an existential crisis. I mean, literally, it could be the end of the Labour Party, and the longer they keep him, the less chance they have of turning it around. He's tainted goods. Let's not forget his bum boy trial that's going on as well. His rent boys are being tried, and the media are doing their best to not talk about it. So if you remember, there was 3 rent boys, Ukrainian models, who decided to set fire to his properties or properties that were formerly his under the mistaken belief they were still his. Was it 2 properties and a car? Something like that. That trial's been ongoing now for, I think, 2 weeks. It might only be 1 week. I might be losing track of time. But that trial's ongoing. And the media have hardly touched it. I think they mentioned it once. But they think they got away with it. No, they mentioned it once because if they didn't mention it at all, it would be too apparent. But yeah, I think that, in fact, isn't it tomorrow? If Labour's leadership, if Labour's cabinet, whatever, don't put up like a competitor, then there's an MP who's gonna be like a stalking horse. They're gonna put themselves forward, even though they know they've got virtually no chance. But it will trigger, or should trigger, a leadership election or whatever. Or at least that's the hope. What they don't want to do is end up with a vote of no confidence. Because they could lose. So the Labour Party themselves could have a vote of no confidence in him if enough people put signatures forward to I think it's the chairman of the party. But if Labour don't do that, the House of Commons themselves could do it. Now, Labour have a massive lead, but if enough people within Labour back that motion, that would be the end of this government. That would be a general election. So if Labour replace the leader themselves, they get to just appoint a new Prime Minister, don't they? Which I've never liked. I've never enjoyed that fact. That seems wrong. But if the House of Commons does it, it's a new government, or a new election at least. So yeah, like I said, don't want to labour on it, but yeah, he has to go. Both, see, I'll be bipartisan now. Both Tories and Labour have ignored the obvious will of the people, the obvious wishes of the people, on a number of issues. But the number one is the rubber dinghies. We get shouted down and told that we're far right, radical Nazi, but no, it's the majority of Britain, and we've been just called names and ignored and told we're wrong. And it's come to bite them, hasn't it? I don't think that Farage is the answer, but we'll see in time. I think an awful lot of people who went with, hold on, what are the names? They both begin with R, don't they? The other one's Restore. This one's, oh, what are the two parties? What's Farage's party? There's like Rebuild and Restore or something. I can't remember the two fucking names, but hold on. Karen says I can't sleep with the window open. In Spain, that would just be letting the warm in anyway, wouldn't it? But no, like even in the UK, I think Keith, Sign of Nature, is saying that you could have net. He's suggesting netting for the windows. Or fear of. They're all for the system, not your mates. Reform and restore. That's right. Farage is reform, and Lowe is, I can't remember Lowe's first name. Why can I not remember his name? Somebody Lowe. God, I'm not good at this British politics stuff anymore. But yeah, I think a lot of people that have voted with Farage and Reform this time are just waiting until Restore have got politicians in place, whether that be for local councils or whether that be for the big one, for the House of Parliament. Just waiting for Restore to have their ducks in a line. They're too new a party at the minute. In fact, they might not technically even be a party at the minute. The area that they did just win, they won under a different name, didn't they? If you look at the official results in somewhere down in the southeast, wasn't it? I haven't really. I watched a little bit of coverage during the night when votes were being cast, and then I couldn't stay awake any longer. I fell asleep. Yeah, thank you for that, Karen. Reform, it is indeed. Two parties with kind of similar names, isn't it? Reform and Restore. Keith's got his bug out bag ready. Bug out bags ready and loaded. I've got my bug out bin ready. It's not as loaded as it could be, to be honest. I've had a little bit of a, you wouldn't fucking think it if you could see the state of the bedroom. I just had a little bit of a clear out of this side of the bed, and stuff was wet and damp, and some things had been there wet and damp multiple times, and it's not done them any good. There's one of my quilts. I've got two covers on the bed now and one off to the side here, ready to put on if I need it. We're at that time of year where in another couple of weeks I'll be sleeping on top of the bed, and that'll be it until October. I won't get into bed at all until probably October. But at the minute, well, I've taken one of the quilts away, and it's the one that's fallen apart. It's the one where it's all split and all the fibrous materials exposed. I'm probably just going to throw that away now. It's not something I'm going to dig out next year. But I have got surplus blankets and things. I've got things that I could put into my bug out bin. Whether I would actually take the bin, Rupert. Should better remember that. What with Rupert's, yeah. I don't know why I couldn't remember it. I don't know. But yeah, going back to my bug out bin, would I load my bug out bin onto the trolley and take that? See, at the top of the bin, I could put one of the EcoFlows. I was wondering whether I could roll up one of my flexible solar panels, whether it would go in inside the bin rolled around the inner edge. So even on bug out, I would still be like the best equipped fucking guy on the run or whatever. I don't know. I certainly couldn't get all my electronics in there. Taking a slow cooker, a solar panel, and an EcoFlow on you with you when you go on when you're bugging out. I don't know. How many of you are preppers? There's a question. How many of you do prepare? And the basics, not the zombie apocalypse and nuclear war and all that, but if the power went off for a week, what are you doing? If it went off for 3 days, will you get by? If the lights went off now, could you find your way to wherever you keep the candles or lanterns or torches, whatever you've got? Do you have lanterns and torches and things? LED Christmas lights, folks. Run from these are double A's, are they? Yeah, these are 3 double A's. Highly recommend them. I really do. These are what I live by at night. This lantern is just for if something moves or if something unusual happens. You have to go outside. If there's a puffer at the door wanting gay sex or whatever, I'll put the lantern on. But my all night light, my everyday light from when it gets dark at 9 o'clock through to when it gets light, what, 6:30, 7 o'clock now, isn't it? It's this. And for kind of disaster preparedness, I'd highly recommend them. Especially if you've got kids in the house, because it makes it into an event. It's not the big scary thing. It's Christmas again. I don't know. Maybe you're not preppers, but everybody should be to some extent. Even if it's just for the 3-day power cut, what are you going to do? This is why I recommend EcoFlow. It's not a paid promotion, and I just want to get that in. I am not sponsored by. I have been very critical of them at times. I still am. Their maths is way off on some of the stuff. This little display, when it tells you how much power is coming in and how long that's going to take to charge, it's way off. It's and I can do the maths myself and tell that it's way off. Yeah. Is that you? I'm going to assume that was you, Tina. There was a crinkling noise, and I thought it might have been like my door doesn't close at the bottom. I thought it might have been something running in, because we've had something outside here this week. But I think it might have been Tina with her puppy pads. And we've got a couple of these little flies running around. They're all the same, making different noises. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to spend too long on politics, but there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot of uncertainty. This El Nino thing, together with the Strait of Hormuz thing, could lead to food shortages in the not too distant future. There is something here. That's you smacking your lips, isn't it? Quiet. I'm not sure. It could be Tina. It could have been Tina. High drama, folks. High drama in the Tramp tent. What's your tips fighting nature? I don't fight nature. You got to just work with it. I am not like the big wilderness expert. Everyone thinks that I know how to be homeless and that I'm not Bear Grylls or whatever. Um, if you want that kind of info, Corporal's Corner is the YouTube channel that you want. That's one of the ones that I would watch. Corporal's Corner. Who else? I don't know. That would be the main one I would recommend for that kind of stuff. All I've ever done, I was made homeless. I carried my stuff to the park. Each night I would make my bed, get up first thing in the morning and pack it all away and bugger off out for the day, come back, rinse and repeat. And then I got moved on from the park. I came down here and I brought my bedroll with me. And eventually I built a shack. Here's what I would say. 6 broom handles and a good tarpaulin. 6 broom handles, a good tarpaulin. And then if you can scout around and find enough bricks to make 4 piles, high enough for the base of a bed, then you want 2 good planks to go across. You want the cross beams to go across the head of the bed and the foot of the bed, and then you need 4 good planks, good thick planks, the ones that are an inch and a half thick, and build a bed inside your shack that you've made out of 6 broom handles. On the top of your broom handles, what I would say to do, on the top of your broom handles, you want some kind of plastic cup or something. You want something that you can put on that's flat. You don't want your tarpaulin resting on broom handles. That's what I did, and that's not good enough. Now you can strengthen those areas that sit on top of the broom handles with your duct tape or whatever. But if you could put a good strong plastic cup, not a disposable throwaway one, but you know, something more solid. That obviously smaller, upside down on the top of the broom handle, and then put your tarp over, and then the broom handle's not gonna push through your tarp. Like if you watch my first videos, have some good string or paracord, have a knife. I don't know. I'm no Bear Grylls. I've learnt to tie a few different knots, but I don't really get much of an opportunity to use them. There's not much to tie like the tarps and things too here. So it would just be down to tent pegs, but I haven't got enough tent pegs to be going around a second time. There aren't enough trees or solid things to fasten things to. So we went with these big clamp things to hold the tarp onto the bones of the tent, onto the poles. So no, I'm not the man to ask security tips. No, just listen out. See, I'm next to a track. People walk down here, and I was a deliberate choice of mine. But it does mean that I'm vulnerable to people, in particular kids throwing stones. I haven't had much in the way of trouble from people. I did have one Russian or Ukrainian guy shouting at me one night. He wanted a fight over something or other, but his wife was telling me. I think they were coming back from the pub. Possibly someone who lives down here who just wasn't happy that, you know, that I'm here. I can understand that. But he was obviously aggressively, and he was shouting at me, not her, but she was shushing him along and telling him to move along. So I just stayed here, had kitchen utensils to hand, not utensils, but I had kitchen products to hand because you never know. But I don't keep them here for that purpose because, you know, spoons and forks and things. It's just You know, you can't say that you've got stuff here for self-defense or whatever. But if you happen to have it here and something happens, so yeah, security tips. What else might I think? It's just, I tell you, it takes a while to get used to being outside, like overnight, and with people potentially coming past, and listening for movements in the field and animals and things. Relationship tips. You're asking the wrong bloke. When I was with my wife for the best part of 20 years, but not had much in the way of relationships since then. Certainly not while I've been a tramp in the field. I've had offers, but only from 4 or 5 gay blokes. Never had any women coming along, kind of just saying, sexo, sexo. That hasn't happened. Yet. Maybe one day. Then again, they'd probably take one look at this bed and say, fuck off, no. Have to move the dog out of the way for a start. No, I couldn't. I haven't got much in the way of tips. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I don't know how to outdoor sleep deprivation. You'll find a natural pattern. Now me, I'm very much a night owl. I'm awake most of the night. Always have been to some extent. I mean, real life kind of forces that out of you. You get a job and suddenly you can't be awake all night. And so you find the pattern that works for the circumstances you're in. When I was in the park, like I said, I had to wait until after midnight to put my bed out, because some people are still walking their dog at 12, sometimes even 1 o'clock. And a lot of them, because it was a park, they would let their dog loose, and it'd have the kind of the fluorescent collar or whatever, LED collar. And you don't want to have a big Alsatian or German Shepherd, if you will. You don't want to have a big one of them tripping over you and getting annoyed with you. So I had to wait until everyone was gone. Then I'd put my bed out, and then get up early, because there'd be a different bloke walk through the park with his 2 dogs at 7 in the morning. So yeah, you can only do what you can do, and your body adapts to what it's got. Now, if you can choose your pattern, if you can choose your pattern, then do what works for you. So for me, I find in Spain here, I need to stay out of the sun in summer. I mean, I can sit out for an hour or two if a friend comes around, stand and chat or sit and chat. But it's too hot out there, and there's very little in the way of shade here. We got one tree over there, but it's very low to the ground. Me and Tina used to go and sit under it. Mainly, we used to go off and up to the park, which is an uphill. It's three separate fields, one above the other on a hill. The bottom park's not really that nice. The middle one's very grassy and lush, or was. And the top one has a bar in the middle of it, a kiosk. We used to spend a lot of time there when we lived up that area. We used to live around the corner. That was our local bar. But it wasn't the one that we went to. It wasn't our starting point. We used to go to another one 20-minute walk away, so that I could have a walk there and a nice walk in the fresh air afterwards, coming back. But where was that? Let me just look at. Oh, nighttime routine, sleep patterns. Yeah, you just do what works for you, and your body will find a way it works. So, with the sun here and the heat in summer, I spent all last summer on this bed with my fan, with the bedroom door open, and the fan, the 2 tent doors open across breeze, going through the tent most days, depending on the direction of the wind. If it comes from either the east or the west, we get a good cross breeze. If it's northerly or southerly, not so much. But the fan helped just to stir the air. Otherwise, it just got warm in this kind of enclave in this compartment of the tent. But I could keep cooling off. This year, I've got a fridge freezer. Cold drinks, folks. Cheers, cold drinks. But because I was on the bed all day, I just watch videos, do whatever I do, cuddle my dog, and nod off when it felt right. Then we'd wake up when the dog growled if someone was walking past, or if a friend arrived in the field, or if an enemy arrived in the field. Once or twice, I guess. We've had... Now, I don't own the field, so I can't stop anybody walking through it, but it's a weird thing to do, to walk through somebody's kind of camp right next to their tent. So I've had to be on guard on occasions. But yeah, sleep patterns. I'm not the one to ask about that either, because I never really established a proper sleep pattern. Mine went to shit when we changed the clocks. I haven't been as good with the live streams because I don't get my nap beforehand. It only went dark at 9 o'clock, 9:15. My alarm goes off at 9:25 for me to prepare for a 10 o'clock TrampCast, which is why I said earlier I might start doing them again 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I may well switch back to the old start time. The start time that TrampCast proper used to have. I might do that, folks. I might do that. I'm struggling with this, not having a nap and then trying to wake up, or not having a nap, or worse, having a nap really late before we start. So yeah, I don't know. Gary, I can't function during the day, only at night from when it gets dark until about 6 a.m. Too much going on during the day. That was always my way. When I first started my business, I was working from home. Most of my work was done between 2 a.m. and 4 or 5 a.m. And I'd go to sleep, go to bed, get up the next day late, and handle whatever emails or whatever had come in. I always tried not to use the phone. I've never been one for phone calls. Email was my preferred contact method. When I was working, Skype, it was Skype at the time. It's gone now, hasn't it? Skype doesn't exist. They blew that. They absolutely, I mean, they had that tied up. That was Skype's for the taking. All the instant messaging and voice communication and video communication, they had that stitched up, and they managed to fuck it up. Microsoft bought them, was the main factor, I guess. But let's. So yeah, I was a big one for the nights. I've said in the past, I think I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, when I was at university, I would start big assignments, not just little essays, the big assignments. I would start them 11 o'clock the night before they had to be handed in. I'd sit there that night. I could have started at 6 in the afternoon, or I had started 3 weeks earlier. No, I'll just watch a bit more telly. I'll watch a bit more TV. Okay, now I'll start. And I was off to the left of the TV, so even when I was working, the TV was still there. And make a start 11, work through until 4 or 5. Oh, actually, in the earlier days, I was in the kitchen. Oh, I was in the kitchen when I worked. And the university work with my dot matrix printer, which I would set going at 4 or 5 in the morning in a terrace house with paper thin walls. And if you remember how the noise that dot matrix printers made, my God, they were They were impressively loud. It's okay, babe. Oh, you just farted. Oh, when it smells that bad, I have to check. Tina girl. Tina girl. Oh, you're going to lean again? If I put my leg here, are you going to lay on it? If I lower it a bit, if I lower it to there, you can either cuddle against it, but you can put your snout on there. Hey? Oh, she's on form with that. I need my sleep. Good night, everyone, says Karen. Good night, Karen. How long ago was that? 12:05. So am I only 5 minutes behind? I am. What the? Okay. Do you have secured water supply? No. No, not at all. I'm entirely reliant upon people bringing me water. I have good friends who do, but they're not always here to do it. No. Now in summer, shortly, the foot pumps will be active again. So theoretically, I will be able to take my trolley and 4 of the 8-litre water bottles and go and collect water. But historically, it always gave me the runs, and Tina even, which is why I know it's bad. You know, when a dog that can drink water out of a puddle that's got horse shit in the middle of it and not be bothered, when the water gives her a bad stomach, something's wrong. But I do have a supply of water purification tablets here somewhere, and I've got gas as well. I replaced my gas. Was that this week? It must have been Monday or Tuesday of this week. I went and replaced my gas, which is why. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Tim's like e-begging. I'm not saying it. So no, I don't have. That was my. When I did have access to water. That was it. I haven't found. There's no like public standpipe or anything other than the foot wash. Now people tell me that they've drunk regularly from other foot wash at the beaches, or you know, close to the beach, the ramps down to the beaches. Other people tell me that they've drunk regularly from them, but not from this one. They won't have. I mean, I could always try it this year and see whether things have been cleaned up. Maybe they clean the tank out or pop some bleach in or something every now and again. I don't know. But certainly the first couple of years that I was using that foot pump. See, the first year I was here, they didn't turn that off over winter. So I thought they were just always available. And then the next year we got through the summer and they turned it off. And I was lost. And I kind of put out the call on here, like, yeah. No, I was, see, when I was using it and it was giving me the runs, 2 blokes, Mark and Jeff, they brought me the water purification tablets. But they don't talk to me anymore. We didn't have a falling out or anything. They just said, look, your views on the police are not compatible with ours, so we'll call it a quits there. Okay. But then my friend Karen and her family stepped in, and they've been regular suppliers. Some other people bring me things. I do have a Spanish friend who's not too far away, who probably, if I asked, probably would help. I don't know. I don't like to ask, don't like to put upon people. This is why when I've been asked twice lately, what do you need? No, I'm all right. And I'm kind of not. But I never have an answer to that question. I don't have a pre-prepared list of what I need, and I can't think on the spot what I need, usually. I need to go and do a shop. I need to go shopping is what I need. That's not possible at the minute. Karen offered the other week and I said, no, I'll go and do my own. You shouldn't be doing my shopping. But then cash got short. I got to pay my I've got 20 euros in PayPal and I've got to pay my phone bill basically tomorrow. Well, maybe Tuesday. But I guess I should pay it the day before to make sure it can happen because I don't have money on my card at the minute. And so I've only got the 20 in PayPal. I have to go through a third-party provider to pay. It's 15 euros a month for the phone, but it ends up costing me best part of 19 in the end. With the fees. PayPal fee plus the fee of the intermediary that's doing the thing. It's annoying, really. I keep saying I'm going to just go get a new SIM card or change provider. When I do have money on my card, it doesn't go through to them. It works everywhere else in every other way. Did something just drop out of the bin or did something jump? Kind of on edge, folks. I'm pretty certain that we must have mice in here at the minute periodically. And my traps aren't catching anything. I probably need to clean them out and give them fresh bait. New barbecue sauce or whatever. I got 2 down here that I just haven't used at all lately. So maybe I'll prime those and take those out. Mouse traps, folks. Rat traps I could probably do with. Have you ever boiled seawater to drink? No, that won't work, will it? Oh, unless you boil it and distillation. Apparently, I'm led to believe that you can drink up to, is it 3/4 of a pint or 3/4 of a litre per day of salt water? Probably only as a short-term thing. But there was a famous guy proposed the idea and proved it. He went on a voyage, he went on a journey, and he didn't take enough water to manage it. So he had to supplement from the sea. And he made it. So it was his theory, it was his idea. He did the science, it wasn't just random shit, but he did the science. And so this thing that water everywhere, not a drop to drink, might not exactly be true. It's best avoided. Fabrizio, are you just arriving as Karen's leaving? Let's have a look. And then we moan about burning the candle at both ends. I'm certainly not normal. Yeah, I'm a night owl. I'd rather not be burning the candle at both ends. Like when I was working on my business or whatever. When I worked at Reebok, there were periods where we would do double shifts, 2 8-hour shifts. So you're leaving work at 10 o'clock at night, allow yourself half an hour to get home, an hour just to unwind, calm down and grab some food and what have you. And then you're up at 4:30, 5 o'clock the next day to get to the warehouse for 6 o'clock. This would be like a period. It's not just one day. This would be like a week or a fortnight. During stock taking in particular, but there were other times, the Christmas rush and stuff, which the Christmas rush is like September. Yeah, everything has to be in advance to get to whatever shop or wherever it's going, or some intermediate warehouse for some chain of shops. So yeah, burning the candle at both ends. It's not healthy in the long run, and there is evidence to suggest that people with alternate sleep patterns, people who do night shift, or people who just are night owls, or people who have interrupted sleep, have an increased risk of Alzheimer's. There's pretty strong evidence of that. So you got to be careful about it. On the flip side, there's that. What's the word? Not bilateral. There's a thing where it is suggested that up until 100 years ago, until we invented the electric light, people would have two sleeps. So not long after it went dark, they'd go to bed, and they'd have, 3 or 4 hours. Then they might get up for 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the night. Sometimes the whole family. Maybe have a little meal, a light snack. And then go to bed again for another 2 or 3 hours. And so you had this biphasic, I think it might have been. Maybe? Let me see if that's a word. Biphasic sleep? I think that's right. I don't know how I just suddenly remembered it out of nowhere. Biphasic. Do I really want to type that in? Biphasic sleep. Yeah, that's the word. A pattern involving 2 distinct sleep periods per 24 hours rather than one long continuous block, monophasic. Typically takes the form of a 5 to 6 hour nighttime sleep plus a 6. Oh no, this is okay. This is more the siesta. But no, historically was common before industrialization and modern artificial light. Okay. I stopped myself halfway through. 5 to 6 hours nighttime sleep plus 60 to 90-minute afternoon nap. That's siesta. And then I didn't see the or 2 4-hour nocturnal segments. Historically, this was common before industrialization and modern artificial light. I impressed myself there with remembering the term. What's the... Frank Nadobody. Are you there, Frank? Hello, my friend. And thank you, my friend. Oh, I don't usually blab people's full name. This is far more a sign of nature. You would have to collect the vapor. Yeah. Please don't drink boiled seawater. Mike or anyone, it's the vapor. Yeah, I said that when he first asked. I don't know if you were there when he came in. I said about basically distilling it. And there are ways of doing that with just a bowl of water, a plastic bag, a stone, and a bowl inside inside a smaller bowl inside the water. But actually, there is evidence that you can drink seawater to some limited extent, as I mentioned before. The curse of the drinking class. Atari ST, hello. The curse of the drinking class. Well, Frank is there. Hello, Frank. Hold on. It jumped. He said, hold on. Look it up, Fabrizio. Look it up. There's actual evidence of it. A guy did it in the, I don't know, early 1900s or something. He basically went on a sailing voyage and he took too few supplies to make the journey, and he made it by supplementing his supplies with seawater. I can't remember whether it's 3/4 of a pint or 3/4 of a litre per day. But there's evidence it can be done. I know we're always told no. Hold on. I'm back. Yeah, I'm too far back. It's jumping around, which is making it difficult. Hold on. I was there. Work, the curse of the drinking classes. I get it. At the beach I used to stay at they had a water treatment facility on site, but it was potable and the water was only used for washing and bathing. Yeah. And as I said, hello, Frank. And it just... Fuck! Okay. I think... Is that the first time I swore tonight? I was trying to keep it clean. Cheers, Frank. How goes it? Okay, there's Fabrizio to Frank. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing, folks. Brush up, Mike, on your backup plan so you don't get caught short where things are going. Yeah, I do. Like I said, I want to. I want to revisit. I have literally not taken my go bin out of that corner since I put it there, since this tent went up. So I can't even remember what's in there. There's probably some things in there that I've forgotten I've got. Yeah. Frank says he's just back from the lakefront. He's talking to Farmer, and a quick stop by the bar. Oh, that's always a good plan. There was Farmer saying don't drink salt water. I've counted that already. Frank Nadobody, good evening, Delta Mike. And good evening to you, sir, and thank you. Or morning there. Hold on. Not sure the way things are going. The all morning there, I'm not sure what that refers to. Frank to Farmer sent an invite to my Discord and posted a pic of where I'm sitting. It was about 20 minutes ago. Viral Mike tonight. We did well, didn't we? Peaked at 25, I think, but we're dropped below 20 now. But it's good for normal. It's better than usual. When they used to wake to hunt. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I'm here, Delta Mike. I'm here. You're the people's looking glass, Mike. I don't think so. Don't try and put me on a pedestal or you know. Maybe the canary in the mine. Farmer Fabrizio to Frank. Nice, Frank. I'm not usually on Discord, but we'll check it out. Yeah, I can't make that work for me. All right, just checked it out. Nice lake, Frank. It looks like there's a sea wall or lake wall there. It'll be a border wall. Cross that wall and you're in Canada, more or less. Unfortunate circumstances put you, Mike, in the lead. I don't know, mate. Like if I was doing the proper prepper thing, if I was living, what's the word, independently, then yeah. But I'm too reliant on other people. Like we were talking about for the water before, or the finances, the donations, to keep me going. I'll be honest, things are tight at the minute. I wasn't going to say it, but things are tight at the minute. My last 20 euros in PayPal, and I got to pay my phone bill. But then Frank just sent me a donation, so thank you. Frank, nobody says cheers. I'll say cheers back. My cold beer is now. I also have to be careful not to drink it too quickly, because there's only two under the lamp. The lamp's coming to get me again, Fabrizio. That was cheers. There's a link. Oh, you got me. Who was it? Was it Farmer that got me in trouble last week? Where I clicked on a link on the tablet and music came up, and I got a copyright, not a strike, but like a copyright claim. If I was monetized, they'd be getting my money. Even though the song only played for about 3 fucking seconds. I've contested it anyway, even though it doesn't matter, just on principle. Because if I was monetized, I don't want incidental music or really short clips. Fuck off. You don't get to claim my money if I had any, because I accidentally had 3 seconds of your music in the background. Fuck off. No. That's like if you're walking down the street and you walk past a bar and they've got music on. Incidental and accidentally caught music. That's That's exempt from the copyright stuff. That's kind of fair use. Atari ST sent you a drink. Nice. Thanks. I'll send you a picture, Delta Mike. Yeah, please do. Cheers. Thanks for that, Mike. Frank. Also, Atari sent you something. Yeah, I just saw, yeah. 3 seconds should be allowed, though. It should indeed. The ones that you can use during shorts, I think you have to pick from a library that's been paid for, like by YouTube or whoever, or TikTok. I think that's how that works. It has to be from one of the people that they've paid, or they've just set a deal with the whole music industry. I'm not sure. But yeah, those 3 seconds, and I as soon as the stream finished, and I looked, and it says issues, copyright, and then I followed through for more info. This is not a strike. Don't worry, it's not a hit. It's like it's been claimed by them, and I'm like, fucking contest that shit. And you fill in the contesting, and you have to give like your legal name and stuff, and I just put no. Your coffee ran out. My gas ran out for a couple of weeks. I didn't have gas, so I'm out of the habit of coffee. I was having it cold for a little while, and in another few weeks I will be anyway. But I'll tell you this one. This is what happened this week. Well, it happened over a few weeks. I had this big tray of eggs. I think the tray held 18, but no, I think it was a 24 tray, but it wasn't full. It's been dropped off by somebody who's leaving. And I had it on the chair, and then I needed something on the chair, and I put on the chair arm. And then I thought this is all a bit unwieldy, and I moved the eggs into a Tupperware box. I thought that might be more secure. No. I found the Tupperware box on the floor with a couple of smashed eggs in. I don't know how long it sat there with broken eggs, with other eggs sitting in the mess, in the goo. Let's suggest it might have been 2 weeks. So I take them outside and I wash them off, and I do the float test, which isn't definitive, but if they stay on the bottom, usually they're good. If they get halfway up, they're on the turn, and if they're on the top, usually that indicates they're on the way out. They might not be actually bad, but usually they would be headed that way. Anyway, I threw away any that were floating, and cleaned out the Tupperware box and put them back in. But eventually I went to boil 6 eggs. I boiled half a dozen eggs, and they tasted vile. So these all sat on the bottom, so they've not gone bad. But what it is, eggshells are porous, and if you leave them sat in a nasty liquid, so those smashed eggs have obviously gone bad inside the Tupperware. You leave an egg sat inside bad egg juice, yolk, white, bad egg contents. If that's gone bad, they've picked up the taste of the badness. So they're not bad in and of themselves, but they taste, there's a nasty edge to them. So I ate the 2 that I brought in to eat, and I'm just throwing the rest away. Yeah, no, that wasn't great. So I only mentioned that because of the gas bottle. I did have to pay for gas, and it was the cheapest it's ever been. Was this? I think this was this week. So in the past, I've paid €25 for a gas bottle, for a top up of a gas bottle. This time it was 20. Under, just under. I've actually got plenty of coffee. I've got plenty of coffee. I've got sufficient sugar. I've got excess drinking chocolate. Not excess, but I've got the current bag or container I'm on, and I've got a spare. Someone brought me another spare coffee a few weeks ago. The golden stuff, the lighter coloured instant coffee, like Gold Blend, but I don't think it's that brand. Fabrizio, my coffee ran out as well yesterday afternoon. I went in the fridge to grab coffee beans. You see, I haven't got this luxury. I did have at one point 3 or 4 bags of Starbucks coffee beans. I dug them out of the bins. There was about 20 of them in the bins. The Repsol garage, petrol station, gas station, whatever you want to call it, it sells Starbucks coffee. Like they make the coffee. They're a what's the word? It begins with con or com. Yeah. Anyway, concession. They sell Starbucks coffee, but they'd thrown a load of the beans away. So I picked up I don't know, 2 or 3 bags, I think. But I think the police took them when they took all my belongings away. Everything they took away is under the guise of it's a fire risk. These coffee beans were there because we had a conversation once. It would have been in the TrampCast proper. I was going to get like a rolling pin or a stone or something and crush them up. And it wouldn't have been like a fine grind or whatever, but it would have been better than nothing. Or you could just do a cowboy style and just put the beans in the, you know, put the beans in the bottom of a pan and boil it up for a while. Coffee. Oh, coffee ran out. Oh, come on, it jumped again. Where are we? Which way did it? Okay, it's jumped right back to the copyright stuff. Coffee ran out yesterday. Now, okay. Fridge to grab coffee beans and nothing. So now my eyelids are occasionally drooping because my brain is screaming at me. Do you know? It's a thing. They reckon that when people go into hospital and have an operation, so they have to starve them kind of for 12 hours or 24 hours beforehand. No food and drink except water or whatever. When they do that, they reckon that half of the recovery time is the people feeling bad because of the caffeine withdrawal. It's an actual thing. It's a real thing. Your coffee ran out. Yeah, screaming at me. Where's the caffeine? Your next cash rush grab. Hold on. You next cash rush grab some deworming tabs. Keep the big C away. Okay, you're on with that. Okay. I'm not a big believer that cancer is just clusters of worms or whatever it is that people say. But what's the one Joe Rogan took? The supposed horse paste. It does. It is suggested. Yeah, maybe. So some people I've heard like conspiracy theorists saying that cancer is like worm nests or whatever. That doesn't sit with me. But I don't know that cancer has anything to do with worms, but it's possible that drugs have effects that we don't know about, like side effects or secondary effects. In the same way that Viagra was initially a heart treatment for opening up blood vessels. That was its primary use. That was what it was designed for. The fact that opening up certain blood vessels, this is what Marie was saying about testosterone in the room. But yeah, knock-on effects or unexpected effects. So I don't remember the name of the worm paste. The horse paste. Last time I filled my gas bottle, £20. Yeah, we use LB for pound, but okay. £20 US version was $12 for five gallons. Or is it just number 20? Is that a bottle size, a number 20 bottle size? I'm not sure because you guys call that a pound sign. Not in a few weeks, it'll be eye-watering soon. I think here in Spain, it's capped by the government. I think that's what's gone on. I think that's what's happened. Government controls the maximum price that they can charge per, I don't know, per kilogram of gas or whatever. This was about a month ago. The US has an excess supply of gas both in-house and in the ground. Ivermectin, yeah. Okay, let me just scroll back to where I was. I'll catch up with myself in a minute, folks. Oh, trust me, I'll get there. I'm not too far behind at the minute. It's just annoying the way it jumps around. The US has an excess supply of gas, both in-house and in the ground. This is all your fracking and what have you, yeah? If you gas, yeah? But the stuff coming from the ground hasn't gone up much in price. Frank said it's called fasting. I'm lost. Same for UK, rich in coal and oil gas, but too dirty to dig it up. Yeah, the zero, what are they calling it? Net zero. That's another one of the ones, if we just hop back to politics for a little while, that's another one that a lot of the British public are not fully on board with and that the government just ignore them. Ivermectin is the hosted rumour. It is indeed. Now you've said it, it's obvious, but yeah. Starves the cancer cell, stops it eating sugars. This is possible. I know a lot of people, well, Joe Rogan, was he talking to Mel Gibson? He was talking to Mel Gibson and he'd had it and he said he knew 3 other people who'd had cancer and got rid of it virtually overnight. You got to be careful of some of these claims, especially when they're second or third hand. £20, Mike. Yeah, okay. I said that at one point, but I know you use the hash to mean number as well, don't you? Like when you've got the credits on a film, and there'll be woman in shop number 1 and woman in shop number 2, and you use the hash or pound sign. Okay. £20 tank barbecue. Okay, it's the little one, yeah, that I see people. Yeah, I think mine's 14 kilograms, which will be what, about £30, plus or minus, más o menos. This one's getting warm, folks, so I am going to finish the beer. Give me a second. Just got a couple of flies that are hanging around the lantern. Now that's more like it. These are more normal numbers, aren't they? 12 viewers. This is where we normally are about now. Test results are in. Last week, deworming tabs gives 84% success rate compared to 2 hospital treatments at 14%. Can you point me to an article in a science journal, peer-reviewed? Not, what's that site where you post stuff before it's even been reviewed? No, I don't remember. Or even something like a New Scientist or Popular Science or American Scientific. The Onion. Wikipedia. I mean, they're quote sources, so I'd take that as a source if it was there. If I can follow links to a proper, either a paper, a science paper, or a journal. Here we go again, folks. Here we go again. What did I say about these little bastards? Hold on. I need to put the lamp on. Look at that fucker. Just hovering above me. Look at that. Is that a web? Has he started to build a fucking web up there, or is that the tent falling apart? Look at the fucker. It's as big as my fucking head. What the fuck do I do with that? So if you get burnt, no, that's not a daddy long legs. No, there's no wings. No, it's bigger. It's bigger than a daddy long legs. That's a fucking spider, and it's fucking huge. I don't know what to do with that. I could just knock it off onto the floor, but the fucker's going to come climb back up and then drop off on me in the night. And if you've ever seen some of the spider bites that you get in Spain, they come up like volcanoes. I've still got scars from some 10 years ago when I first arrived here. The first the first long-term apartment I was in had something going on. In the end, I got so many bites on my legs. I bought a can of fly spray, fumigated the whole fucking. It was like the living room area. I was sleeping on the chair in the living room, so I could watch TV overnight. I just always like to have some noise when I'm sleeping. But fucker, and he's literally. I think I could reach him without moving. I don't fucking know. I'm not happy with him being there. These bites. There's a graphic gets circulated periodically on various sites in social sites, and this graphic it shows you the different bites. It shows you mosquito bites versus spider bites versus this, that, and the other. And now these ones that got me, they come up as a big mound with a head, and obviously you're gonna pop the pus out or whatever, but it leaves you with a big fucking crater. And it took months for these things to even settle down, but the scars, the black marks they left, were visible for years after. I'm not sure if they're still there. I haven't taken my trousers off in about a year. Kept my legs covered. I sleep clothed because I might have to get up in the fucking night if some random idiot comes by. So Gary's back again. Hello, mate. Bed bugs are possibly similar from. I don't quite remember. I can't remember the graphic, but I did kind of confirm at the time that the ones I had matched the images that were labelled as spider bites on this graphic. I think it might have been a local. It might have been a Torrevieja specific graphic, because obviously some things are going to be regional. Biting flies. In the UK we had horse flies and midges, and that was it mainly. Now I hear people talking about mosquitoes in the UK, and I'd never heard that when I lived there. Apart from on the London Underground, it has its own species of mosquito because of the warmth in the tunnels. Literally has its own. Literally has its own species. Been doing laundry and cleaning, listening to Mike in the background. That's the best way to do it. Biting flies are awful. Yeah. Are they sandflies? No, sandflies. There are. I wondered that because I used to walk across wasteland and stuff, which is quite rocky and a little bit soily or sandy. But from what I understand, sandflies are actually more beach orientated, and I'm never on a beach or near a beach. I did walk across wasteland though, but no, I was convinced that this was happening in the apartment that I was in that first year. But I took care of it. One can of it was an expensive can of bloody fly spray. But I sprayed the whole can in one go. Well, left a little bit just as a follow-up in case, but more or less the whole can, and then went out, closed the door, went out for a few hours, came back. Place still stank, but you know, fly spray doesn't smell nice, especially in quantities. But the problem went away after that, so I got it, whatever it was. I suspect something under the sofa. I think it was it a bed settee? No, I don't think it was in that place. But I suspect something there was two settees facing each other. Really awkward for watching TV. Two sofas facing each other, and the TV stand off. Everybody's got to sit like that to watch telly. Fortunately, I was using it as my bed, so It was dead ahead. Oh, until the night that I was laying there on one of these sofas, and a fucking hand comes in through the window. Yeah, I nearly snapped his fucking arm off. But when I went chasing out, he'd obviously got a head start and he'd planned his route out and everything. And he was away over different walls, and I was just shouting, "I'll kill you, you bastard!" And then the neighbours complained about me and the noise. Fuck off. Because the guy got inside the gates and he's walking around the urbanisation looking for places to steal from. I chase him away and you fucking complain to me. Get fucked. I hope everyone is doing well and trooping on. Just Gary, he's talking to you guys. We've already chatted. As long as it's not a bee bite on the back of the neck, as per the X-Files. Bee bite rather than sting on the back of the neck, as per the X-Files. Sure, you're turning into an alien. Okay. Oh, Tina. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Happy Mother's Day to my American friends. I don't know if it's just America. It might be Canada as well. I don't know. Spain had theirs last Sunday. UK had theirs the week before, I believe. Okay, I think I'm caught up. As long as it's not a bee bite back of the neck, it turns you into an alien. It's that long since I've seen the X-Files. I should probably consider downloading. I didn't get very far with that. Was it La Brea I was watching last week. I think maybe I was about halfway or 3/4 of the way through the first season. I'm on episode. I think I've. Excuse me. I think I've watched episode 1 of season 2. So I didn't make much progress. I'll get back to that tomorrow. Somehow I got back to YouTube. I think the elections in the UK caught my attention, and then once I was watching YouTube for that, I pretty much stayed YouTube. I should have given him a hot iron or a bit of some lighter flame. I didn't have a lighter in my pocket at the time. I didn't need lighters back then. Frank forgot it's Mother's Day today. Uh-oh. Quick phone call to your mum. Yeah, the La Brea Tar Pits, dinosaurs and stuff. Yeah. I wasn't familiar with the name. When the TV series came up, I didn't know what that was, but I think the reason I started watching it, what's that area called? When you're on the home screen of your phone, and you move everything off to the right so that you can see whatever's, and there's that Google page, and it'll just show you articles and random shit it thinks you might be interested in. And one of these film review kind of websites, film and TV review websites, came up saying, I don't know, 12 TV series that got completed, that finished the story. Because so many TV series get cancelled halfway through and the story doesn't end. That's really annoying. It's really, the sci-fi genre in particular is really bad for it. But it said here's some TV series that actually got finished. You get cockroaches in the tent. I've had one in the time I've been here. I think it was a scouting party, and because it never made it back, they decided not to come looking. Also, as a general rule, he says, looking at a pile of food here now, as a general rule, I don't leave food out that they might like. At the minute, I've got a pack of crackers opened. I'm sure I've got some Jacob's cream crackers, and I went looking for them, and they're not there. And I don't remember eating them. Oh, unless it was when I got the Branston pickle. Oh. I had some Branston pickle and I had some piccalilli. Oh. Maybe I did eat them. Oh, did I? Oh, maybe. Oh, well, that'll be why I can't find them. Hold on. Volcano was Timothy Dalton, wasn't it? I think. Sylvester Stallone was that one where he was trapped underground in some tunnels after an earthquake in, I'm going to guess, San Francisco or Los Angeles. I don't know. Volcano was a movie based around the part of California where the tar pits are located. Okay. Was it Sylvester Stallone, Tom Hanks? Yeah, pretty sure it was Timothy Dalton. Or was it, hold on, was it not Piers Morgan, Piers Brosnan? Oh, now you make me wonder. Now you make me wonder. Tommy Lee Jones? That must be a different film. That's different to what I'm thinking of. Volcano, have I got the right film? I don't know. Dante's Peak was Piers Brosnan. Okay, folks, I'm caught up with chat. Unless in the jumping about I've missed something. Okay, I say I don't like to say too often. Makes me sound like the quartering. How's your weekend? I did finish this, didn't I? You got me again. What's that? That's a moth. Okay. We're all here, aren't we? We're all here tonight. We've got a fucking spider as big as my head and a moth. Let me, pardon the change in lighting momentarily, folks. Move the light to there. Put it empty over there. These are my last, well, now my last 2 beers. And I'll have to go a week without, I think. We'll have to see how things go. That's the light there. Excuse the loud crack and fizz. Oh no, I didn't bend it enough. I haven't got nails at the minute. Or not much. Right? Cheers. Oh. I got a bit wet there. A lot of condensation on the... these ones are still cold. Well, colder than the other one. Drying my hand before I touch the screen. Otherwise it won't work. You are caught up, Mike. I was, yeah. Things that make you go, Was that? It wasn't Ice Factory, was it? Things that make you go, Let's have a look. I don't think it was. I think I'm thinking of something else. Let's find out. Is that another? I have had 3. Okay. Hold on. That can't be 2 donations. No, that's 2 alerts about. Oh, did you mean to do that? I got 2 from the same person. I don't recognize the name. Maybe there'll be some further message. What was I doing? Things that make you go. Things that make you go, CC Music Factory and Freedom Williams. Do I know CC Music Factory? C and C, okay, Music Factory. I'm not going to play that because I get into trouble again. 1990. I thought it was earlier. I thought it was earlier. I thought it was at Reebok when that came out. No, apparently not. Thank you for the donations, folks, and in particular to David, who somehow sent two. Thank you. Let me know if that was a mistake or an accident, or always happy to refund an accidental donation or an over donation. Frank said cheers. Was that when I did the cheers thing? Well, spiders okay. Had one in my room, didn't bother me at all. I had one of these ones exactly like that. Well, I've had two already. They're trying to crawl off the covers and onto me. That bothers me. Had one in my room, didn't bother me at all. Although I did wake up wrapped in something, but I think it was a blanket. Farmer. Arsenio Hall. I don't know who that is. How did we get that? What's the difference between top chat and live chat, anybody? Top chat filters out between 10 and 20% of messages. If it thinks they're spam, if it doesn't like your account, if you're using sweary words, you risk. Where was I the other day? I was in was it? No, it wasn't Big Clive. I think I was on Scruff Dogs a couple of weeks ago, and it hid my message from me. For fuck's sake. I typed a message, and then I couldn't find it. And I was in top chat like a dick. Live chat is the one that shows everything. So that's the, do you want to see the swear words? And, you know, I turn off all the filtering, except for a couple of words that I don't want people to use, but they're to do with me rather than sweariness. Because if you've been here before, you know I say all the words. Not bothered about swearing and what have you. I've tried to keep it fairly clean tonight. I'm trying to be a good boy. Can anybody look? Have I made it to 1,700 subscribers yet? Or am I still hanging around on 1,699? There is some inbuilt filtering on YouTube's end. Some moderation and things. There'll be some words that they won't like. The meatballs one, or Americans have something about picking up sticks or a bunch of sticks. That one they go mad about. That's not me filtering, that's them. But yeah, the yeah, hold on. 1.69 followers still showing. I cannot make that 1,700. I just cannot. I guarantee you this time tomorrow I'll be down to 1,695, and the day after I'll be on 1,692 again. I've lost count, but it's at least 6 times I've been on 1,699. Have I got half a recollection that I might have hit 1,700 once, and I didn't put out the self-congratulatory note. I think I did this. I took the screenshot of YouTube Studio showing the number, and I thought I'll wait until I'm on 1703 before I post this, because you know I don't want to post the woohoo 1,700 and everyone else comes back saying no, you're fucking not. You're on 1,695. Sometimes bush does smell like carp. I avoid those. We need more folks to just follow in and hang out with a tramp in a field. Oh, today we had more we've had more viewers than usual. We haven't had more thumbs ups than usual though, folks. If you are lurking and you haven't hit the button, you might consider it. Help a tramp out. Allegedly, you hit 20, and YouTube at least considers sending more alerts out to tell more people to come and watch it. Why? That's a full pack. Yeah, I won't show you what's here, folks. Just here on this edge of the bed. I got the tablet and the EcoFlow. I got a bunch of crackers, a bag of salt for some reason, some cheese, a chopping board, about a year's worth of newspapers, dog treats. I did have half a packet of biscuits here earlier. Now I've got 2.5 packs. I got digestives, folks. Digestives. Americans, I'm told, Graham, I will say Graham's because that's how we would say it. For you, the H doesn't exist because you follow Spanish pronunciation for some reason. Graham's crackers, I think, are the nearest equivalent. And then I've got some other fairly plain biscuits called Maria. But all of this, oh, and then I've got a pan, a bowl, and an empty yogurt pot that's been sat here for about 2 weeks. So I said I wasn't going to show you, but then I told you all the details anyway. I am on a bit of a tidying up or cleaning up spree at the minute, or at least a reorganizing. What's the bag of salt for? So it was a proper bag of salt from the supermarket, but that burst. So I had to put it into a dog poo bag. And then it turns out that's burst. So when I'm eating here and I want to put salt on something, I had eggs the other day. I had a couple of eggs. The ones that tasted rotten because they'd been sat in the rotten goo from the burst egg. But this, it's got one hole in it somewhere. So if I shake this, salt comes out. So, you know, I don't do a lot with salt. But I should probably do more because the human body does need a bit. Salt is weed killer. Yeah, it can be. Yeah. If you put a pile of salt over the base of a weed and maybe a little water, it'll kill it. It'll kill people if you have too much of it. It's, you know, it has a function. Just food or something else. Can add a few grains of salt to coffee. Yeah, you can. You can also add butter to coffee if you wanted. What was that called? That had a name. That's big in the not paleo, that other bunch, carnivore kind of community. Butter in your coffee. The dog poo bag deteriorated from the salt. Now I think I just caught it, nicked it on something. You know, it's not an ideal long-term solution, but what am I going to do? Oh, actually, someone brought me another bag of salt. I've got a whole other, like, I don't know if it's half a kilogram or kilogram bag of salt somewhere out there. So I end up with you should see, guys, you should see. Maybe I'll do a video of this one day. I'll have to tidy it up first. You should see how much mayonnaise, ketchup, barbecue sauce. Name some others. Ranch. I've got ranch. We don't have that in the UK. We didn't. When I left the UK, no one had ever heard of ranch. I think I've got salad cream. I have got Branston pickle. Don't think I've got piccalilli anymore. But I've got all of these. I've got all of these condiments. More ketchups and mayonnaises and aioli is the other one. Aioli. When people leave the country, they'll bring, and everybody who leaves the country leaves and they've got an almost full pot of aioli. It should be aioli because it's a double L, but whatever. But yeah, I've got, is it 2 drawers or 3 drawers of my veg rack are just full of condiments. Then I've got a whole load of cans of tuna and I should sort this all out. Like I said, sort it out, tidy it up. They sit here in the heat and they never go bad. Modern supermarket ketchup, mayonnaise, brown. I've got brown sauce, UK brown sauce. They never go off. Then I'm in a tent that reaches 40 and 50 degrees in summer. A lot of people are putting their ketchups and their mayonnaises in the fridge. All of this once opened, eat within 2 weeks or whatever that he says on the back. I can disprove it all. The only thing I've ever had that goes bad, I think, is jars of jam after they've been opened. You've only got a certain amount of time before they get a skin of mould on the top. But even then, you can scoop that off, throw it away, and carry on. No butter in coffee. It's a thing in the carnivore community. There's another word for them, isn't there? What's that really low carbohydrate diet? Not like the Atkins or whatever. It's along those lines, but not specifically that. Have you guys have I had the word given to me? Keto, thank you. I was going to search. I thought one of you guys would know it. My brain just doesn't work anymore. Now, I said not paleo. Keto is the one I was thinking of. But, the paleo ones I think are a bit crazy. Eat what you think a caveman ate, but it's been disproven that it's not what a caveman ate. Time for another beard and moustache trim. I'll get the clippers out and it all. Maybe tomorrow if I can be a man of action tomorrow and actually get some shit done. The last few days I've carried numerous bags of rubbish away from either from in the tent, from next to the tent, or from out, or things I've picked up out there. But what I want to achieve this week, I've got 2 tables out there. One big round pine table, can you believe it? And one folding, fairly large table, but there's no space on them. I've got to clear them off. But in order to clear them off, I have to either throw the stuff away or find somewhere to put it. So a lot of it's like pots and pans, cooking and like baking. I've got bake. When I did my bread, if you saw, I did a picture. I didn't do a video on it. I baked a loaf of bread. And turned out great. I went to put it into the cake tin, a £1 cake tin type thing, and I was hoping that would fit inside the slow cooker. And I was going to lift it off the bottom a little bit with little balls of tin foil, use it like an oven. But no, it didn't. It was too big. So I just had to put my bread on the base of the put my dough on the base of the slow cooker. But it came out great. Really did. Hold on, Frank's stepping away. I'll be back. Stepping away for a little bit, shooting the shit with my neighbours. Okay, mate. I don't know how much longer we're going to go on, but if you guys hang around and if the conversation keeps going, I'm happy to keep going for a while. My left leg's getting a little numb. I'm going to have to. Tina's kind of snuggled in amongst my legs. I'm probably going to wake her up. Brain is fine. Tempted to say brains in zombie tone. Zombie tone? Town, maybe. Don't know. Alright, Frank, better when you can actually clank the beers together. Platform has got better over the years, no doubt, but what does that say about the mainstream retro media? Yeah. The mainstream media, certainly in the UK, has got some serious issues. I get most of my news now from YouTube, and not directly from news sources. It's not like the BBC on YouTube or CNN or I'm watching Asmongold or who's the other guy? Charlie White, Penguin Zero. I'm watching them react to what's going on in the world, because then you get you get the actual news, and you get another person adding their thoughts around it, and then you've got your own thoughts around it, and in your own head, there's kind of a dialogue there. Mainstream media. If I go back to the Keir Starmer rent boy scandal, the guy's clearly gay. If you look at how kempt his hair is, how well it's that whole queer eye for the straight guy thing. His hair is like fucking immaculate. He's too well groomed. His wife's moved out, doesn't live with him anymore, the wife and kids. And he's got a scandal where 3 guys who were trying to burn down houses and cars that he owned. Turns out he didn't own them anymore. And the news is not interested. And the court case has been ongoing, I think it's the last 2 weeks. What? Why is that not in the news? Now, would it be a big deal if he was gay? Probably wouldn't have been if he'd said from the start, hey, I'm gay. But if you're hiding a double life and putting on pretense, walking into the polling station holding hands with your wife who doesn't live with you, I think the public have a right to know what's going on. And have you been blackmailed, or has someone attempted to blackmail you? There are national security implications around this shit. And the media is more or less refusing to cover it. They mentioned it a little bit the other day so that they couldn't be accused of not covering it. That's just weird. Programming says our favourite conspiracy theorist. Keto says Atari. I think we already had it a little while back. Check that you're live. Maybe you just took longer to type it. Maybe you're 2 or 3 minutes behind in the stream. I don't know. Oh, got an itch. Are you alright, babe? Oh, she's asleep. Are you asleep? You are. She is, even now, even though I just moved my legs to try and avoid them. My left hip is still got a lot of pressure on it. I'm going to have to move. And I've woke her up by moving. I'm sorry, babe. Daddy's sorry. What can you do, folks? What can you do? She's awake now, so I don't feel too bad. I don't feel too bad. You'll be looking at her from the back, I think. But I don't think I can get her to look this way. Hey, babe. Hey, Tina. Hey. Hello. Hello, you. Okay. I'm not going to force you. I know you don't like the... bright light. Hold on. Here we go. You're back with the ugly one of us. You have to just put up with me and my ugly face. Where's chat gone? Here it is. You don't take a wife if you're going after the best man. That's it. He looks clean shaven. Who knew he had a beard? And other similar comments that we could all throw out there. It's not the fact that he's gay, and to me, I mean, my gaydar is tingling. His hair was always just too immaculate. Real people have hair that's it's a bit like mine. It's a mess half the time. As soon as it's more than a week after Karen's cut it, my hair's a mess. Fight Club, Die Hard, Simpsons, Terminator, The Matrix. Clues are all in them films. I would need an explanation of each one, probably. Fight Club, that was just, wasn't it all in his mind? Well, not all, but which one was Tyler Durden? Was he the imaginary character? It's been a while since I've watched that one. As an actual ex-fighter, something about Fight Club did kind of appeal to me. I was never bare knuckle or all any of that, but guys just fighting, just for the shit of it. I could kind of get behind that. I don't know what that says about me. But men who just step up and fight each other. I mean, why not? As long as both parties agree. Farmer says, beautiful Tina, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful girl. Beatles song. Okay. Ended with beautiful boy. When Lennon's son was born. Okay. I don't know. I don't know many Beatles songs. I only know the popular ones, the big hits, the ones. Some people can quote you like the unreleased tracks and this and the, you know. I'm not sure I could name 5 Beatles songs. I'm not going to try just to prove myself the idiot that I know myself to be. I'm not going to do that. Okay, folks. I guess I'm going to do the quartering thing. I'm going to say, like, well, rather than how's your weekend, how's your week been? Let's do this. How's the weather been where you are? I discussed my weather earlier. If you weren't here and you want a recap, I'm happy to cover it again. But one biggest clue was forecasts 9/11. The lone gunman forecasted it 6 months beforehand. They might even have given them the idea for it. The first episode of the X-Files spin-off was an almost exact. Well, their particular version was that it was the government, the US government, that did it as a false flag. But, you know, 6 months before it happened, they did a thing about planes being flown into the World Trade Center, and then 6 months later it happened. I don't know. I was looking that up earlier today for some reason. I was in someone else's, not chat, but comments on a video, and conspiracy theories came up. So yeah. Clues are all in them films. Where did that just jump back to? So no one's going to tell me how their week was. Oh, come on, guys. I had some other things this week, didn't I? What did I have? I've talked about what I think is a rat outside. I've talked about the spiders and snails and slugs inside. The weather I obviously talked about. Is that it? I'm sure there's more happened this week. I'm sure there's more. I haven't had much in the way of visitors. I said I've had 2 visitors and I didn't see either of them. They left stuff secretly while I was out and about. Not that I could have gone far. Oh, here we go. Farmers talking food. Oh, feta cheese. Coincidence. It's backwards, but feta cheese. I was just having that on crackers. Let earlier. This thing is jumping. Let me grab it. No, even grabbing it didn't stop it jumping. This is Fabrizio Farmer. Just made some steaks over charcoal, so barbecued. Some steaks over charcoal with mango, tomato, garlic, pickle, romaine, that's lettuce, yeah? Feta, balsamic olive. Hold on, I need commas. But is that balsamic vinegar and olive oil? So that's a salad dressing on your lettuce. Grilled zucchini. Zucchini is, let me get this one right. That's a courgette, yeah? Oh, you got eggplant as well. That's the other one. What's the English word? Well, not that it is an English word, but Hold on. There's courgette and there's... Fuck, I can't remember English. Someone help me. Eggplant. It's the purple one. Kind of pear-shaped, but... Courgette is your zucchini. Someone help me. Aubergine. Fucking hell, thank you. Does not work. Like I said, it's not like it's actually an English word, really, but... Beans and toast for me. That's nice. Were they Heinz or were they like Sainsbury's or Branston's or something? It has to be said, I always found Heinz to be the softest, the nicest. All the other ones have a little bit of a hardness to them, like they're a little bit undercooked, or maybe they're just poorer quality beans. I can't afford Heinz, so I eggplant, roasted potato sausage with buns and Dijon mustard. Yeah, farmer, shut up. I've had cheese on crackers today and some biscuits. Cookies, if you will. In fact, I need to close this. The packet's come open. Otherwise, all the pack will be soft by morning. Is there enough loose to... there is, to twist. Let's twist again, like we did last summer. There was never a song called Twist. Let's twist again. It works fine. Your brain just says, why the fuck do I need to remember aubergine? Yeah, but the thing is, it is in there. It's not that... It's the recall, the recollection. Another one of these itty bitty spiders. I think these little... not spiders, these little flies. I think this is because I had the bin under the bin. And when I took the big one off and took the little one out, something's gone bad in there. I've probably thrown like the... You know when you take the stalk out of a tomato? And then I put that in there, maybe something like that. And it's sat there in the bin for multiple weeks. And then you've taken kind of the lid off. You've taken the thing that's protecting it off. And now everything's here. I've still got more cleanup to do. Beans are always delicious for certain. I make a red kidney bean or cannellini bean with garlic, olive oil, balsamic and parsley, like a bean salad. No idea what a cannellini bean is. Red kidney beans I like. See, here we go. We'll start an argument. I'll put those in chili. Shall we start the whole Sheldon Cooper argument? It's not chili if it's got beans in it. Okay. I put red kidney beans in chili when I've got them. I'll put any beans in. I had some black beans and I made a chili the other week, didn't I? White kidney beans, cannellini like, okay. I wonder if that's similar to a butter bean. A butter bean is like a broad bean, but white. Now, broad bean, you guys have another name for. Broad bean is your... What's the one that Hannibal Lecter wants when he eats brain? If I remember right, fava beans. I think fava beans and broad beans are the same thing. Shall we check? Or does anybody just know? I'm going to ask Google. Am I remembering correctly? I don't always, but usually if I think it's right. Fava beans equals broad beans, question mark. Equals broad beans. Have I typed it right? I have. Get the question mark on there, submit it. Yes, fava beans and broad beans are the same plant. Vicia faba or Vicia faba. Fava beans in the US, broad beans in the UK. So if you imagine a white fava bean, that would be a butter bean in England. I don't know what relate. I don't know if they're related or not, but that's how I describe them. Fava beans and a nice Chianti. That is indeed the quote. Yeah. Mushroom in chili. Get that going. Yeah, I would love to if I could afford mushrooms. And they don't last 2 bloody minutes either. I multiple times I've had a tub, a tray of mushrooms, and I'll use half of them in one meal, and they're covered in the white. I want to say selenium, but that's not right. What's the word? No. Come on. Star Trek Discovery, they rode around on a mushroom fucking universe. As crazy as that was. Mycelium. They've sprouted. So I make one meal, maybe a breakfast or something, and I come back 2 days later and they're full of mold, basically. So I've stopped buying them. Apart from the fact that I hardly ever go to the shop. Have I been to the shop this year? I went a couple of weeks ago and it was closed. It was a Sunday. Normally it's open. It's always been open on a Sunday, and this Sunday was the particular Sunday I went. It was closed. I don't know if they've just changed. I think it was a new store and they stayed open on Sundays for the first year, and now that year is up. I think they said fuck it now. Not sure. Where was I? Mushrooms shopping. How often have I been shopping this year? I have. I know I've been shopping this year. I killed myself one day. I left Tina here, which is always a gamble. I figured I'd get there and back quicker. It'd be less distressing. Rather than putting her in her, well, rather than walking her and letting her do her pee and poo, then putting her in her chariot and then walking her uphill and dragging her or pushing her because she can't actually make it up the hill anymore, even with a chariot, even with a wheelchair. So I think me dragging her up there, then having to take her out of it while I went in, and then picking her up and putting her back, all of that faff, and me carrying less shopping, I thought, start the timer. It's kind of 10 minutes there, and obviously 10 minutes back, and maybe I can get around the shop and get out of the checkout in 10 minutes. I bought 3 bags of shopping, all the heavy stuff on the shoulder, one heavy bag, not as heavy as the one on the shoulder, the heaviest bag on the shoulder, a pseudo heavy bag, semi heavy bag, and a lightweight bag, the one with the bread and the eggs or whatever you get. And but I remember doing that and I almost killed myself. I bought too much. I had to stop at the Chino Bazaar here. I had to sit on the steps and I was puffing and panting and sweating like I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I'm sure that's not the only time I've been shopping this year, but it won't be far off. Between what gets dropped off by people who are leaving the country and help from friends like Karen, who will ask me what I need and go and do the shopping for me. And then she'll argue with me about whether I'm paying for it or not, or how much of it I'm paying for. But I don't get shopping often. Basically, I don't leave this field or its immediate vicinity, the road. I can't remember the last time I made it to the cliff top, to the left. We went to the cliff top to the right maybe a month ago. I would love to get up and do a sunrise video. But either I've been awake all night and I've just fallen asleep by then, or the weather's not right and it's a cloudy day, so no sunrise, or Tina just can't make it. She's asleep again. It's a little bit cold. I'm laying on top of the two covers that we are using at the minute. I'm on top of them, so she can't get under. Let me see whether I can move this one. Let me, hold on, babe, hold on. I'm just gonna tuck you in. You're my little girl, and you got me tucked in, okay? Here we go. Tuckled nicely and cutely. Tucked in. Shall I take? I'm a little bit. I'll take a little bit of that as well. Sorry, folks, just tucking myself into bed a little bit because I'm lying on top of what we're going to use. I can't easily wriggle out and do what needs doing. Get some magnesium, zinc, and nitric oxide. Doesn't your skin give off nitric oxide when you sit in the sun? Isn't it also, they say that people who are seasick should sniff someone else's scalp. Isn't that nitric oxide? This sounds like wacky, doesn't it? It sounds like I've been listening to some fucking weird pseudoscience. Let me prove that I'm not just making shit up. Sniff someone's head or hair. That's not how you spell sniff. It doesn't have an H in the middle. Sniff someone's scalp or hair. I don't know what to put. Cure seasickness. It is an option. Here we go. Sniffing someone's scalp is a traditional Royal Navy remedy for seasickness that has gained recent attention on social media. While there is no official scientific evidence explaining why it might work, it is believed to act as a sensory distraction. So it's not, hold on. Oh, now it goes off offering other alternatives, not other possible explanations. I was fairly sure that human skin gives off nitric oxide in certain circumstances. Well, they're saying it's just a sensory distraction. So maybe just sniffing other things like scents and ginger or peppermint. You see, so it is kind of pseudoscientific after all. Except I'm sure Hannah Fry told me about it. And if the gorgeous Hannah Fry tells me about it, it must be real. Them's the rules. That's Professor Hannah Fry. From either Oxford or Cambridge. Pickle in jars last longer. Oh, pickle things in jars. They'll make them last longer. Yeah. Remember Blazing Saddles? Not really. Watched it once, hated the ending, and so never revisited it. And I now I just don't remember it. All I remember is that you're watching a cowboy film and suddenly you start seeing the set move and you know that you're in a film lot. Is that the word? I hated that. I've just invested 2 hours of my fucking life. What's this shit? No. I've never gone back to it. Joe Cocker, a little help from my friends. Have I missed something? No, I don't think so. I'm here. Fava beans and Fava and Farmer. There you go. There should be some farmer beans. Right, we are on. Where are we? 9 minutes. 3 hours and 9 minutes. It would be nice to make the 4 hour mark. What I'm going to do, folks, I do have to go and empty the bladder. I don't think I can point the camera at Tina while I go. But if you will just bear with me, I will be less. I'm going to say less than 2 minutes. It might actually be about that because the other side of the tent is wet through. Like put your foot down and you're standing in a puddle. Squeezes out the carpet. Unfortunately, it's not a non-Newtonian carpet. I got to put shoes on, so it will take an extra little while. But bear with me. 2 minutes or thereabouts. Back soon. Talk amongst yourselves. Tell me what you did this week. How's the weather where you are? What's the temperature? And we're back. Did anybody time it? Oh, we lost a few members of the audience there. I've got two beans. Hold on. Whoa. I got two beans, but I would say they're more plums. Oh, that's not what you're talking about. Isn't there an expression for when you're skint? When you've got no money? I haven't got two beans to rub together. Something like that. I can't click that. I'll get into trouble. I'll click it tomorrow when I watch it back, or the day after. Tomorrow I've got to watch last Sunday's. Oh yeah, folks, we did lose a few members of the audience while I stepped away. And we seem to have hit a hard limit of 17 on the thumbs ups, which is a shame. I keep getting beard hairs in my mouth. I'm not sure if they're still connected or not. This is why I need to trim it, folks. Let me get my... It was ice cold lemon. Oh, it still is. Pretty much. It's lost its fizz though, like I said. It's been sat outside for months. What I might do with my last can of beer is add the lemon to it, make a shandy or a radler if you prefer. Oh, those are okay. You're sat on something. I think one of the not screwdrivers, the corkscrews fell off the bed onto the floor. Oh, itchy nose, folks, itchy nose. Right, what are we talking about? Farmer pointed us at a song. Was it Joe Cocker? Click it, put. I don't have any headphones. If I had headphones, I could have a much more enjoyable experience of life. I don't currently own headphones or earbuds or any of that malarkey. Actually, I did have I guess you're going to call them earbuds, wireless ones, but I think they got wet. I think they might have been in the wrong place when it got really wet in here one time, so they don't function anymore. Yeah, they're in a little case that you charge. It just doesn't charge. It doesn't light up. It doesn't do anything or say anything. So I think it's just. I think job's fucked. I don't even know where they are at the minute. I am going to go around. I've got like over here. You can't see, but I've got a shopping bag, and it's full of all of the things that I found on the floor, like behind the chair and around about. When I had the last time I had a tidy up. So probably about 6 months ago. They're all the things that I knew I had but didn't know where they were, but I hadn't used in about a year. And now it's even more because the tent's coming up for 15 months old, I think. So they're just in a bag in the way. And some of them don't even work anymore, I don't think. I found a wireless keyboard and mouse set by a bin one time. Someone's put them out. They don't want them anymore. I got them and they worked, and now they don't. Again, probably moisture. I don't know why I haven't just thrown them away. So I'm gonna have a bit of a tidy round. Tidy up, create some space, reorganize. Even though this tent's on its way out, I'm hoping to get another basically 6 months out of it, aren't I? 4 or 5 months at least. Where are we? We're in May. We're nearly halfway through May, suddenly. Okay, another 4 months then. I'm thinking August or September. Not August. That'll be too hot. Possibly back end of September to swap tents. Pull this one down, put the new one up. So I've got to extend the life of the tent, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't try and tidy it up and have a clear out and discover what's attracting the flies. Why is it such a popular place for the spider at the minute? That's because of the flies, isn't it? Don't think there's much I can do about the snails and the slugs. They're just like the moisture on the inside walls. Spot them and remove them more quickly. I think what I'll do each morning and last thing each night is have a walk around the outside and have a look around the inside and remove anything like that. We've got too many openings at the minute. We've got too many breaks in the wall that I can't fix. The door being broken. A mouse or a rat could just walk in through this door. I guess I could put the mouse traps. I could put at least one of the mouse traps in front of the door, just in case anything like that happens. She's twitching. She's either running in her dreams or having a seizure. I'm not sure which. I think this is just running in her sleep. It's quite lightweight. Sometimes they're really jerky, and I wonder whether that's something more. I don't know. I find myself reliving the old stuff a lot these days. Happy vibes with feelings. Yeah. There's a Pompolmo pop in Italy, which is a grapefruit pop. Pompolmo, grapefruit. But with real juice and much, much less sugar. I see British, some British sodas, pops, are made with actual juice. I think when Americans compare American Fanta with British Fanta, orange, I think ours has got real juice in. I think quite a few of our pops, the fruit flavored ones, the lemonades and the lemon limeades and strawberryades and things. You can mix a lager, it makes a great radler. European pop is how it should be made here. Yeah. Um, North American foods and drinks seem to have a quite unhealthy consistency from what I can gather. I don't know if Canada is as bad as America, but when you see people doing comparisons of the ingredients in bread in Britain versus America, I saw one the other day. Somebody was claiming that it's because America has much stricter food labeling standards. That's why British bread has like 5 or 6 ingredients. I mean, truly, it should be 4, shouldn't it? Well, we got flour, water, yeast, and a bit of sort of pinch of salt. Them's your 4 ingredients for bread. Now, commercial bread's going to have something shelf stabling and preserving. But British bread's got like 6 ingredients kind of thing. And American bread has like 30. And you can't pronounce 27 of them. Hydrogenated, vegetableized. Yeah, no, go away. But to claim that it's because America has more strict food labeling standards, that was bizarre. The ingredients in a McDonald's French fry in Britain, it's like potato oil and salt. That's it. In America, it's like 12 or 13 ingredients, including beef extract, which they put in to make them taste like they've been cooked in beef dripping when they haven't. Shh, don't tell the vegetarians or vegans. Did I read out about your radler? I read it to myself. I'm not sure if I read it out. I think I did, yeah. I remember saying about European poppies how it should be made here. Spiders will kill the flies. Help the spider. Just check it's only the blanket you're wrapped in the morning. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That was indeed that way, wasn't it? Or at least one of the versions. Don't scare him, then he'll kill us. I'm probably going to end up killing them anyway. If not killing, then capturing and throwing outside. But I have to be big and brave to do that. Oil in bread. I'm not a fan of oil. You know. A little bit in the bowl while you're letting it proof or whatever, but I'm not one for adding oil to the bread itself. Karen likes bread that's got olive oil baked into it. I'm not really a fan. Have you tried opening a line of dialogue with them? With the spiders? I haven't. If I can hear a noise in the night, it might. or offer a fly as an offering. You want me to start feeding spiders now? I have enough difficulty feeding the fucking dog. Which reminds me, I owe Karen for the dog food. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for the donations that we have had tonight. That's been tremendous, actually. I think it's 3 still, is it? Let me just look. Oh, now I've got a mozzie in here. Maybe the spider can catch it. Scroll down. Oh, it's 4. 4. 2 of them at the same minute. Is that right? I think maybe one might have been accidental. I'm gonna assume that tried to do one value, changed it, and both went through. Maybe I'll have to read the blurb that comes with them. But thank you, guys. 4 donations in one night. That's tremendous. Much appreciated. I was trying not to blab about my circumstances, but I guess I blabbed in the end. Things are a bit tight. Where are we, folks? We're coming up for 3.5 hours. As you know, I always like to make it to 4 because it makes it almost immediately available on YouTube. All that post-processing that needs to be done. If I hit 4 hours, it's available with chat replay and all the different resolutions and everything within 20 minutes. If not, it's nearer 20 hours. And that's not hyperbole. 15, 16 hours, I think, typically, the turnaround time if I don't hit 4 hours. I don't think I've ever seen that like written anywhere, codified anywhere. But I think once I thought I'd hit 4 hours and it ended up I was on 3:58 and it took forever still. We could do 4 what? That's not what you're talking about. Oh, go for 4. Okay. Yeah. We could go for 4 hours. Okay. I mean, marathon man. We're back to Marie's comment about testosterone. I think that's because we ended up talking about porno mags. Was that last week? Might have been the week before. We started reminiscing about when pornography was, when it wasn't digital, when it was analog. But we're not having that conversation tonight. I'm just referencing that because I think that's what Marie was when she said, I'm flying visit in and out before it gets all testosterone. Okay, folks, I need some conversation. I need some topics. Have I got any? I was referring okay, Menage a Trois, Menage a Quatre. Okay. You have to be clearer with your references. Have I got any science lined up in my notes? What I can do while I'm here and my note app is to hand, let me try and synchronize the apps. I would have a quick look through this week's notes. Not that I've made many. I went whole days without making any. Okay. Oh yeah, I made a new friend this week. On Monday. Bloke walking his dog. Yeah. Had a nice chat and bumped him a couple of times after. Or was that just this? Yeah, I got Karen to put some PayPal funny money on my card so that I could go to Repsol. So that was Monday. I went to the petrol station and got the Oh, when I went for the gas bottle, I didn't remember this. It's a good job I write notes, isn't it? When I get up there, I can see these guys with some fluorescent stuff wearing black with fluorescent. And I didn't think anything of it when I was walking up there. Um, there was literally 20 cops of different flavours. Guardia Civil, Policia Local, and whatever else. So I'm pulling a trolley with the gas bottle on. Basically an old lady shopping trolley that you pull behind you. And the gas bottle just sits on it perfect. But I've got Tina with me. I'm doing her walkers at the same time. So I'm carrying the back end of a dog. And you should see their faces as we walk through the middle of them. I mean, firstly, half of them would have been facing this way anyway and would have probably seen me coming out of the tent. So it's the tramp in the field that they've probably each arrested twice. And I'm carrying and they're all looking like, what the fuck's this? Like, why has his dog only got two working legs and why is he carrying her? And then I'm pulling the gas bottle behind me. I forgot about that. Oh, okay. Look, I should have done this from the start, shouldn't I? Maybe I'll do this more in depth on... No, I can't. I have to do it today. Okay, so later on, after I brought Tina home and the gas bottle and I'd got that all set up and everything, I went to the Chino Bazaar. See, I told you I'd got Karen to put some money on my card, so now I was all flush with cash, buying a bottle of gas and going and doing the stuff at the Chino. Got in, cash only, no cards. Fuck. Okay. Maybe I'll go and do that shopping now at the Aldi. So I walk around. It's like I said, it's 10 or 15 minutes away, something like that. I go there. I buy. I do. Put enough in the cart for what I think I can carry in the shopping cart. Get to the checkout. Cash only. What the fuck's going on? If you remember the power cut that Spain and Portugal had last year, I thought we were in another one of those. I was looking around thinking, are the lights only powered by the generator? Is the generator powering the lights and the till, the checkout? Now it turns out one of the local internet providers had a fairly big outage, and both places used the same provider. So I just had to come home and not. I've got a shopping trolley with shit in. Like, put that away then. I just left it. Why didn't they tell people as they walked in? Why are you waiting until people arrive at the checkout to pull that shit? I only had a card. I'm a tramp in a field. I don't walk around carrying cash very often. I've got maybe a €5 in shrapnel, in coins, somewhere here. But yeah, no, that was weird. And I'd used my card at the petrol station just before. That's what threw me. That I'd used my card at the Repsol to get the gas, butane, propane, whatever the fuck it is, and brought it back, gone straight back over at the Chino, and then straight around to Aldi, and no, they weren't taking cards. I couldn't fathom it, but now I know. Yeah, I'll say here, I came home and found a bit of extra cash down the back of the sofa, figuratively. I think I had an extra fiver, and I went over to the Chino. What got me, get this, what got me was that when I went to the Chino Bazaar the first time, and I got my stuff and I got to the checkout, got to the till, the guy was quite rude with me. He said, effectivo, solo effectivo, like money, cash only. And I'm like, oh, I haven't got any. And he just went, fuera, out. That's rude. Out. So when I went back, I was a bit unsure where I stood with him. Like, had I offended him? Had I done something wrong? Have I riled him in some way? So I got a minimum amount of what I was getting, and and paid him the cash, um, and he was fine. It's just weird. People are weird like that sometimes. So yeah, that all of that, folks, all of that. That's just Monday. That's basically Monday morning. um, Tuesday, Cinco de Mayo. Um, Not that that's a thing here. That's a Mexican thing, isn't it? That's their equivalent of the Alamo, some big battle that they lost, but they fought gallantly, and they all remember. Woke up late. Took Tina for obviously. Um, took Tina for a morning walk, isn't because I'd held her up, made her wait until 9 o'clock. She rewarded me by pissing all down my leg when I wasn't looking. Yeah, like I said, we bumped into this new guy that I'd met, Jonas, and his dog Avicii, like the DJ. Um, oh yeah, I was really annoyed at this one. I'm walking Tina. I got up to the top road, and I said hello to a couple. Like they were looking right at me. I said hello. And they just looked away and just carried on walking. Well, I said it in Spanish, obviously. But yeah, no, it really riled me. Fuck that shit. So I shouted after them. The guy visibly shrank. Yeah. Into Wednesday. What happened? Anything happened Wednesday? Let me just have a quick read of Wednesday. Okay. I accidentally laid on Tina's leg, which I do. I often wake up and find Tina's legs under me. But on this occasion, she kind of screamed, she yelped, which is a good sign. I was starting to fear that maybe she was in pain and just not expressing it with all that's going on with her. But no, I caught her in the wrong way as I was twisting or bending or whatever, moving, and she let me know that she was in pain. So, like I say, despite all the trips, falls, being trodden on, and she even sat. I backed her in and sat her down in the field here a couple of weeks ago. Didn't realise I'd sat her on a prickly bush. It took me 3 or 4 seconds to realise and she didn't yelp or anything. So I was starting to think she maybe either wasn't feeling pain, even when it should be, or maybe she just wasn't expressing it. But the fact that for once, I think the first time, while we've been on the bed, I've caught her wrong and she's expressed pain. So that was a bit of a relief. This is when I noticed that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday was going to be all rain, with 17 millimeters on Saturday. Somehow, one of my eco floors was on 2%. Oh, I fell asleep with the fridge on. When you wake up, you're about to go into a bunch of days that are going to be cloudy and dull and rainy all day, and doesn't matter. You wake up the day before, and you're out of power on one of your eco floors. So you got to hope that you have good weather that day because it's going to be bad for the next 3. Let me just follow what you guys are saying. Farmer wants to talk about the science of small Bluetooth speakers. This thing is tiny and friggin' loud and only 19.99. Some of them are really loud. You get people, you get kids basically walking down here now, a gang of kids, and one of them will have where's mine? Is it still, it's not here. I don't even know where that is. I got mine's about that big. But these kids have got them about half or a third of the size of that. And it sounds like a car stereo. Boom, boom, boom. You know. Of course, all Spanish music has the same bass line. I can't replicate it. I can never remember what it is, but there's a 3 and a 2 or a 2 and a 3. Do, 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 do. I don't know. They all have the same baseline. Pity you don't adorn a body cam mic. This stuff is great. Oh god, if I did like point of view, if I was just walking around with a camera all the time, you wouldn't see much. My life is very boring. I spend probably 22 days of the 22 hours of the day just laid here, just looking at this screen or cuddling my dog. Maybe a little bit of pootling around the tent or around the field, boiling coffee, or boiling water for coffee. I don't know. But no, that basically those are my only notes for Wednesday. Um, Basically sat on Tina accidentally and she yelped, and I noticed it was going to be raining in the next few days. Thursday, my friend Colleen, who brings a newspaper to me, or sometimes two, she managed to sneak one to me without being seen. I think I mentioned that earlier. And this, so let me just, Thursday, the last prediction on Wednesday, get this, okay? This is how much it backed off. I said that the prediction for rain had been for like 19 millimeters for Saturday, 17 millimeters for Saturday. Here's the predictions. I'll just give you three numbers: 0.7 millimeters, 3.1, and 0.9. So as of close of play Wednesday, we're going to, 2 of the 3 days are going to be less than 1 millimeter, and the middle one's going to be 3 millimeter. So my mate Colin managed to sneak a paper in, and then it started raining just after she left. And it rained much, much, much heavier than predicted, and for much, much longer. Basically rained all day. I'm not going to say torrential, but heavy. Friday it rained, but not much and not for long. So Friday was the one that was going to be 3.1 millimeters. The Thursday was going to be 0.7 millimeters, and he fucking hammered it down all day. Friday rained, but not much. That's the only note I've got for Friday. And then 17, the prediction came back. So the close of play Wednesday, it was 0.9 millimeters. Saturday morning, they're suddenly saying 19 millimeters. And it was more. I kid you not. It was way over an inch of rain. Way, way over. I got buckets and bowls and things out there that I'm having to pour out. I got a bucket that's half full. And it's only a couple of weeks ago, I think it was Marie said, empty that red bucket or something it was when I did one of the cooking streams, not stream, a cooking video. I was around by I was doing some prep and I was trying to boil something. I don't remember what. Maybe it was rice. Was I going to do rice? Maybe I was going to try and cook the rice separately. And I ended up having to just cook it in with everything else. But somebody said empty that bin, that bucket, and I did. And here we are, just what, a week later, and it's half full. Literally half full. I don't know how high a bucket is. 12 inch, 18 inch. So it's half full. So that was Friday, rained but not much. Saturday, the prediction suddenly was back from fucking next to nothing, back from under 1 millimeter to 19 millimeters. I woke up and I woke Tina. I woke up because of the thunder. The first thunderclap was 7 a.m. And I thought, it's not raining yet. Quick, go! Because we might not get to walk her again that day. Took her out at 7. And the thunder, I kid you not, was just continuous. You weren't getting individual thunderclaps. It was just, for hours, it was just there in the background. Really was. So yeah. And then in the afternoon, it came out nice. Got out nice about somewhere between 3 and 4. So I was able to top up the eco flows. That's my week, folks. That's my week. What have I done today? Have I got anything to tell you about today? I don't think so. No, sat here watching videos, stewing, mulling over life, fretting about the fact that I had no money. So again, thank you to the donors, to the people who have donated. Okay, don't mind me. Ask away about Starmer. Oh, was that the retracted message? We can touch politics. I did touch it a little bit earlier. Don't mind me. Ask away about Starmer. I don't want to commandeer the chat like the speed bus. Like the speed bus. That must be a reference I don't get. Let him loose. It's okay. Let him lose. It's a laugh. Oh, let him loose or lose. You talking about Starmer or me? If it's me, it's let him loose. If it's him, if it's Starmer, let him lose. I just read an article on the election, and yeah, they're saying he's not doing well at all. Understatement. Fretting. Now, I thought you might have been thinking about guitars. No, fritters. Fretting, fritters. Fuck. Oh, okay, Speed movie with Keanu. Let me go back and just refresh my memory what we were talking about. I don't want to commandeer the chat like the bus on Speed. Okay. I'm commandeering this bus. We all need a laugh, especially in the world gone crazy. It has gone crazy, hasn't it? It has. I guess news-wise, politically, certainly in Britain, it's been a interesting week. My life might not be interesting, but yeah, I guess for other people, life goes on. I'm very much in a holding pattern. Very much in a holding pattern. And all my likes have gone down from 17 to 15. Thanks, guys. What did I do wrong? Is everyone else seeing that? We had 17 likes. Somebody's hit the button to. I must have said something wrong or bored people, maybe. Wow, I'm sorry, folks. Wow. I wonder what that's about. What did I do wrong, guys? Give me a clue. We all need a laugh, especially in the world, in a world gone crazy. Yeah, yeah. What do you guys do for a laugh? Comedy TV programs, maybe. It's never the end of the world. It will be one day. Just to just to inject a bit of realism. Oh man. Oh. I love it. That is sour. So should I have a look at these? We were saying before about whether there's real fruit juice or not in. Bebida refrescante de zumo de frutas. So a refreshing drink of fruit juice with sugar and colorants. So carbonated water is obviously the first ingredient. Lemon juice is the second. From concentrate. That's 6% of the ingredient is a lemon concentrate. Then you've got your sugars, your acidolantes. Don't know that word. Acido. Well, they're going to be acids of some sort. Citric acid, natural aromas of lemon, with other natural aromas, antioxidants, and then a few colorings with E numbers and stabilizers. But it has fruit juice, real fruit juice, as I was saying before. Fairly common in our in our fruit flavored pops. In a billion years, all right, I know, it's closer than we think. Well, okay, let's define the end of the world. Do we mean like the end of the earth as physical existence, or do we mean the end of mankind being on earth? I don't know. I don't know. Right, folks, we just got to hang on for 10 or 12 more minutes. If you can help me do that. Topics for discussion. Come on. I think was it Atari that was going to ask about Starmer? I didn't see the retracted message. That's not something I can't. No, I'm not putting in time out. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I hope I haven't. Let me just. I was just trying to see whether I could see a retracted message because I'm because I'm a moderator. No. Farmer, sorry. Asking about Keir Starmer. It's not a very common name, is it, Keir? I only know of one other Keir in history, and that was Keir Hardie, who was something big in the Labour Party once upon a time. I think it might be a Welsh name, but I don't know. But I don't think he's got long left as the leader of the Labour Party. I think he'll be gone by Friday. I don't think so. German, no. I don't know. You mean is he or is the name? Let's just ask Google, where does the name Keir come from? Because it is an unusual one. Keir come from. Irish and Scottish Gaelic derived from the Old Irish word Keir with a C, C-I-A-R, which means dark or swarthy. Oh, touch of the tar brush. Hold on. That would make it like Morse or Morris, which come from similar roots because of Moorish. Typically meaning dark-haired or dark complexion. Hold on. And is strongly linked to the name Kieran. He says he's not that dark, is he? I don't think he has particularly dark hair, although he's probably greying now. So, Irish or Scottish? Gained modern recognition through notable figures like British politician Keir Starmer. Ah, I lost. Where have I gone? It was saying something. And characters in popular culture. I'm not aware of any. I must not be up on my popular culture. So, Scottish or Irish Gaelic? Close to German. Where do we get Joe Cocker from again? Okay. What are you looking for? Okay. Oh, you fuck! What are you? A small fly or a big mosquito? And I missed it. I had 3 or 4 grabs at it there and didn't get it. I just know that when I wake up halfway through the night, I'm going to have welts on me, aren't I, from the bite. They go down within half an hour. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm not bothering about them anymore. Waft him up to the spider. Yeah, when I asked for help from my friends to get to the 4 hour mark, I think, wasn't it the same last Sunday? I was struggling for the last quarter of an hour. Probably when I watch it back, it probably won't be the most entertaining closing segment. I don't know what to call it. Period. Ooh, missus. I got a lot of crap, which is interesting because they're not long. Damn, folks. Waft him up to the spider. The spider he is still there. Look, literally, when I lay down, he's going to be right above my head. You know, he's just going to spin that. He's going to spin that thread and just waft down on it. I got one on the lamp. You know what? I've had enough. I've had enough. Where is it? The fuck have I done with you? Oh, look what happens. As soon as you have a fucking tidy up, you can't find shit. I might just blitz the spider while I'm at it. It's too big for me to have around. Right, I'll leave that there. I've got the, it's not napalm, but, you know, I've got the DDT or whatever. Big skip there. What was that? He's going to protect you with a natural mosquito net. Spider wouldn't waste his silk. What, abseiling down onto me? I don't know. What then? Why have I already had two crawling up on me this weekend? Literally two. And I know it's one of them came twice. Got to be careful because I'm gonna spray past my drinks. It's like there's a squadron in here. Are they? Oh no, those are just marks. Those are just mold on the inside of the tent, maybe. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're mosquitoes resting. Buggers. In summer, I get to the point where I one every 3 times that I'm grabbing, I get them. But I'm out of practice. We've had I was just thinking the other day, we haven't had too many flies around. And then, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I had a swarm of them in here because something had gone off. And I found what it was and they all went away. And now I've got this bin thing going on. And suddenly I'm swamped again. Such is life, folks. Let it be, let it be. Paul McCartney? Or was it the Beatles as a whole? No, he released it with the Zeebrugge ferry disaster, but was that a re-release? That was a re-release, okay. So it was a Beatles song. It was the whole it was the whole gang. You live and you learn. Which way is that your head, Tina? She's under the covers and she's got her head tucked right in under my knees. Yeah. So is this how we're sleeping tonight? I'm not getting in under the cover I was intending to get under. Okay. The beds ended up totally different to what I was planning when I made it. Or remade it. Gotta love her, haven't you? Gotta love her. Let's have a think. As soon as the stream finishes, I'll go in and edit some settings on it. Do you know that I can't put this as part of a playlist till after it finishes? There's a load of settings that aren't available to me because I'm only doing this on the phone. There's a load of settings that aren't available to me until after it finishes. It's ridiculous. And today, when I was trying to create the stream, I couldn't set it to horizontal. The option, when I bring up the live, to create the live stream, they've truncated the form that the screen area they use to display the options. They've shortened it so it only uses 3/4 of the screen. And when I extend, there's a bunch of options and I have to extend for orientation. They're trying to force everyone into portrait rather than landscape. When I extended it, the option for portrait was hidden behind the title. It's fucking annoying. I had to do it I had to switch to the tablet to create the stream. Most annoying. I do bitch a lot about the YouTube app. I've even done some videos and some rants about it. Typical female, I wake up with no covers and her still wrapped in them. The number of times Tina does this thing, or when she was more mobile, which wasn't that long ago, when we're talking about just moving around in bed. She loves to move around and sleep horizontally across the fucking bed. Basically pushing me not exactly out of the bed because I've got a line of stuff here on the bed, but leaving me no room. But this at the minute where she cuddles right into my legs, it's kind of lovely. Until you've been sat like that for 3 or 4 hours and now you want to move. Atari says, I often wake up on the floor. Pushed out by women. My ex would roll in the covers, the quilts, whatever the bedding was, and he spent half the night having to pull it back. Those were the good days, I guess. I guess looking back, those were the good days. What can you do? You can't go back, folks. You can't go back. Okay. I think the counter here says that we're over the 4-hour mark, 4:02.5. I don't think we had any interruptions, did we? I don't think we lost the signal at any point and had to reconnect. So the counter should be true. So with that, folks, I will thank you for helping me spend Sunday night into Monday morning. That is right, isn't it? I've got the right day of the week. I don't always. And okay, we're back up to 16 on the likes. If anybody's out there that hasn't hit the thumbs up, we were on 17. I asked for a bit more support and it went down to 15. I don't know what I did. Bored people. Maybe I begged too much. I'm not sure. But with that in mind, thank you to the donors. It is appreciated. Back to 17. That's nice. I appreciate that. We didn't hit 20. That's a shame. If you don't mind, because she's under the covers and tucked in under my knees and asleep, I will leave the little lady alone and won't bother her. Me and my damn snoring, says Atari. That happens as well. Don't watch the stream back. Spider by your head. Shut up. Fucking fly. What are you doing here? I've just sprayed fucking fly spray. Whoa, there is one. Fuck, look at that fucker. Sorry, guys, but just fucking no. Just fucking no. He had to drop onto the bed, though, didn't he? Where the fuck are you? Where would he be? The fuck? He's coming to get me. I thought you were talking about that one dropping down. Not this fucker. How did you see that? My screen doesn't show anything. I've maybe not got my brightness turned up enough. Fuck no. Fuck that shit. I don't know where it dropped. I saw it drop, but I don't know where it is. Obviously, it's going to come and get me in the next fucking 10 minutes, isn't it? So that's 4 spiders this weekend. Big as my head. Right. Well, that got us an extra minute of content, didn't it? Okay, folks. Let me just scroll and see if there's any other... How does Spider-Man get out of the bath? Don't leave us hanging. Oh, Tom. Tom in the Shetlands, is it? I lose track. I get confused. You arrived or you've made your presence felt just as we're leaving, just as we're finishing, my friend. I'll wait. Is there an answer? Okay, you hope there isn't a genetic morphification. That's an interesting word. Metamorphosis. What's the book? Fucking now I've got moths, which I don't generally mind, except when they're flapping against the wall or the ceiling of the tent. It's becoming fucking insect central in here. Except spiders aren't insects, are they? All insects have 6 legs, which is why centipedes and millipedes are not insects either. But you all knew that. Okay. Oh. Tom. Yeah, wishing a speedy recovery, mate. I hope it all continues to go well. I can guess what the problem would have been, but yeah, it's not spread. Okay. Oh, that's good news at least, mate. Oh, look at this. The number of people here has gone up. Do we want to carry on? If we've got some conversation, I'll carry on. I was struggling there for that last 5 or 10 minutes. We can go a bit longer because we've got people. Have you just arrived, Tom, or were you lurking and you just made your presence felt, stepped out of the shadows, as it were? Oh, you see, I asked 2 questions and you said yes. What are you saying yes to? Clarify. Just arrived. Or lurking. You see, I've done it again. Just arrived. Okay, mate. Well, we were about to end it, but then there was this spider as big as my head, and I zapped it with 1,000,000 gallons of fly spray, and it fell on my bed, and now I'm more worried than ever. I know I shouldn't do it, but it's they're repulsive. It's an instinctive thing, isn't it? Spiders are horrible. Yeah, best wishes and you know, I'm not religious, so I don't like to say prayers, but yeah, thoughts and best wishes, and hope you have a continued good recovery. Have I got the right Tom though? Are you the one that is in the Shetlands? I don't think you answered after I asked. I've got multiple names. It wriggled inside her. Oh, Little Miss. Hold on, was it Little Miss Muffet? No. Yes to the Shetlands. Okay, mate. I think it's been a while, but I can understand why now. Yeah. Topics on, folks. Has anybody got anything they want to talk about, or are we just stringing on, flogging a dead horse? Maybe. Maybe I'll go until the 4 1/4 hours. We're on 4:09 at the minute. 4 hours and 9 minutes. We can go to 4:15 if we can just keep the conversation going. How's the weather been up in the Shetlands? I imagine it's just always pretty much the same, cold and wet and windy. Although we are starting to approach summer. I mean, we're well into spring now, aren't we? Cold now. Okay. Is that to me, farmer? The field with the current rain. Um, it was waterlogged. It was saturated, which is why that end of the tent is wet. The water has to glide over other water and get under the tent. Um, so it was very, very wet, very slippery and sludgy. But it doesn't. As soon as the sun gets out, I guess it was a relief that the middle day, Friday, wasn't so bad. Thursday was far, far worse than they said. Friday we had a little bit of rain, but not for too long, and it was not too strong, and that gives it a chance to kind of dry out a bit. So when Saturday came and was just fuck off rain all day again, including torrential for hours on end, at least the ground wasn't saturated once that. If it'd been saturated when that started, we probably would have flooded. It was a lot of rain and for a long time. Um, but the fact that it had that little period in the middle without any, and then yesterday afternoon, so it started. Was it yesterday that I said it started on the stroke of 7, um, and it went on until 3 in the afternoon, maybe 4. I'm not sure. So what's that? 5 hours to midday, and then let's say 3 hours in the afternoon. 8 hours of solid rain. Some of it really, really heavy. Uh, like the other week when uh, I couldn't hear myself talk to you guys. This was I had a film playing and I couldn't hear it. Was it a film? No, TV series, and I couldn't hear it. Basically, I had to stop watching and put the phone next to my ear. So rain was hammering so heavy. Um, I think I see him leap away. Fuck off. That was ridiculous. I thought when Farmer said, "Don't look," don't watch the replay. There's a spider next to your head. I thought it meant this one had come down. I looked and I thought, no, it's still there. And then I turned around and look, that he's gone. Has he moved? He's gone. He's not there. He's over. Is that you? Something was just scurrying up the fucking wall. No, that's the moth. Oh, so where's that fucking spider gone? I knew you shouldn't. I shouldn't have let you talk me into keeping him. I should have done him. I should have done to him what I did to that. I'm not having him. I can't cope with that shit. Too much going on. He's fucking gone. But where's he gone? What's he up to? Where can he have gone that quickly? The only place he could have gone that quick is down. Fucker's going to be here on the bed, isn't he? Farmer's always getting me in trouble. He gets me in copyright trouble last week, and this week he's made me fucking keep a spider that's going to attack me in the night. I don't know, guys. Okay, I think we are going to call it quits in a minute or two, and yeah. But did I finish saying about the field? It is pretty much dried out now. It doesn't take long, but the growth of all the plants. My trees where I nip into the bushes, those trees have continued falling down and falling down. It's getting difficult to get into my spot. And when I am in there, I haven't got the cover that I used to have when I squat and drop. Um, that's a little bit weird. Those trees are just not really a conversation we should be having. And but it's bizarre that the spot that I've always taken for cover no longer gives me the cover because the trees have fallen over. They're now kind of horizontal rather than upright. Um, The one against the power pole, that's interesting. Used to be against the top of the it looked like it was going to hit the top of the power pole. And now it's about halfway up. That's how far it's come over. I don't know. I would have thought that the power company people would have been out with chainsaws. Or arranging for people with chainsaws. I don't know. Spider is about 1,000 times smaller than you, Mike. You're okay. He is, but the buggers still bite sometimes. And some of them have got a nasty bite. Poop tree killer there might be a market for this. Yeah. Like I tell my missus, size isn't everything. That's what we all tell our missus. They have great expectations. Okay, folks. We are over the 4.25 hours mark. I am going to call it quits there. Again, I thank you all for attending. I thank you for the those of you that have made donations. Those of you that have done thumbs up. Those of you that maybe weren't subscribed but maybe now will. It'd be nice if I could hit that 1,700 mark at some point. Okay, guys. Like I said, I'm going to leave Tina alone. But from my girl Tina, who is tucked right under my knees here, and from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, guys. Bye for now.